Going on, everybody? You painted a house today. That sounds like fun. Fuck, dude. Fucking balls? Holy shit. In YouTube? What the fuck? It's not letting me pin my own messages. Why? It's letting me pin anybody else's messages other than my own for some reason. Oh my god, fucking retarded. I'm gonna try going back into the live room thing. That did it. Gig, what's up, dude?
I have with me Destiny. Is that a lady name?
Yeah, kind of.
Can I just call you Steve? Destiny is the gayest f***ing name.
You pretend to be a woman? That's a girl name.
You're gonna have to make up for the fact that your name is Destiny.
That's actually a girl's name?
I thought it was a woman.
Destiny is a girl's name.
Oh, Destiny's a man.
Destiny's my stripper friend.
So you woke up one day, you know what? I'm tired of being a man. I want to be a liberal. Men who are liberals are betas. Do you know you a beta male?
I like to be the most alpha of the beta males.
You're the most submissive fucking cuck I've ever met, dude. What are you talking about? You're not submissive.
Like,
True.
Beta.
Can tell with this debate we have an expert in cuckoldry.
Destiny is the type to pull his pants all the way down at the urinal. He should be ashamed to give this beta cuck a platform.
You let guys come on your girlfriend.
This is why women hate liberal men.
So in what way are you not a cuck?
I'm on permacope mode. I hate my life. She's out fucking guys and I'm like crying at home. She's like sending me videos of like huge black dicks defiling her white Swedish body and I'm just like losing it at home. She's forced me into this open relationship that I super hate.
Do something besides letting people f*** your wife. You're literally on your ass for a living. Get up!
I resent that comment. I was in a lot of AP classes.
You got a C for
I
cuck.
did not get a C for cuck. I got a B for bitchin'.
Do you sleep with men and women?
Yep.
Take off your shirt, Destiny. Your physique is inferior to mine, therefore your argument is moot. Destiny, you're a stupid fat.
Goes to college and get fucked in the ass in tents.
Maybe I f people in the
Homeless
ass.
man.
I might be pitching, okay?
Oh, he's fucking people in the ass in tents.
You've never gripped your best friend's dick.
You're basically saying you could suck a couple dicks or whatever and not be gay?
Yes. Sometimes you just get different cravings. You know, sometimes a nice throbbing dick is a nice throbbing dick. You know, it is what it is.
I'm so excited that I would be guzzling buckets of their cum.
I think that
I would let them jack off in my mouth because I'm so excited.
I thought for like the longest that the bisexual blue hair thing was an act, right? Because we know about 1,000 like hot chicks that he.
Do we?
Okay, Kelly, come on.
About the very apt criticism that is Steven sleeping with everyone that he interacts with.
I do hate women, but I do like sex. Never come in a girl whose family has a lower net worth than your own. Because if I'm chatting with her, we'll sex, trade nudes, or whatever, I'll jerk off, and then after I come, I'll be like, now that I'm done, would I still want you here with me? And I think
my right boob is bigger than my left. How are you?
Feeling okay right now. So bit earlier today, but feeling pretty okay right now. Maybe a little tired, but that's it. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
the answer is no, I just don't bring him over.
You
Number
always
two.
want me to go out with your harem. You're like, oh, me and my harem are going to this diner
I've never
tonight.
said that ever.
You never said the word, but you list people in your harem. You just want to be the rooster surrounded by hens. Why do you want me to sit around with all these women you have sex with?
ever invited you with another girl.
Hey VG, did you know this? That's crazy.
Let me take a look.
So this Twitch streamer, let's call her Jalapeno. Now Jalapeno is in a bad relationship with this guy, who we'll call Beardy. Some might even call him abusive. But one day, after 11 years, she's had enough. She breaks up with him. And Beardy, he is not happy. He doesn't take it well. But she no longer feels safe around him, and she's ready to move on. And she starts to develop a crush on this other guy she knows online, Hunter. Hunter's a YouTuber, and he does political commentary videos. So Hunter and Jalapeno, they start flirting on Twitter, and sparks fly. But she lives in Washington, and he lives on the other side of the country in West Virginia. And after a period of time, she agrees to travel there and visit him. And that's good, because she doesn't really feel safe back in Washington anyway, because Beardy's there. So she goes to see Hunter, and as soon as she arrives at his apartment, it's like a weight is lifted off of her. She finally feels...
Yeah, I already know the story. Ray William Johnson's a fucking douchebag. Thanks for the nation, though, Mola. HB, don't need tellers. React to when you get a chance, Mr. Big Biceps.
Another kid.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, we already reacted to this. Yeah, we already saw this video. I guess we could react to more of it. Thanks for the donation, HB.
feels safe there with him. Until one day when Jalapeno's at Hunter's apartment, Hunter's phone suddenly pings him, and it says an Apple AirTag is near him, which is weird.
Turkey Tom covers Arden versus Destiny drama video for later.
Everybody knows.
Okay, sick. We'll watch that. Thanks for the nation, nigga.
Search around for it, and Jalapeno opens her luggage, and boom, there it is. AirTags are velcroed on the inside. And then she searches her backpack, and same thing. And immediately she knows who put them there. Beardy, because he's tracking her location. So she texts him like, hey, you're crazy. This is a violation. And he texts back, tell him I'll see him soon. Obviously talking about Hunter. Beardy knows she's there with a new guy, and he doesn't like it. So fast forward a few days later, Hunter gets a phone call. And it's from the landlord of his building, who says there's a sketchy guy downstairs who has something under his jacket. And that guy claims he's friends with Hunter. So Hunter and Jalapeno go downstairs, and they look through the glass of the front door, and guess who's standing there? Beardy, and he's got a pew-pew. So Beardy sees them, and he points the pew-pew at Hunter. So Hunter is shocked. He is not prepared for this, and his body freezes. Beardy pulls the trigger, and the bullet goes through the glass, but it doesn't hit Hunter. It hits Jalapeno. It hits her in the leg because she had
I heard
stepped
someone say Hunter Avallone's wife got fucked by black guys. Is that true? Should we name him Hunter 22?
Yes, that is true. Or ex-wife, I guess you could say. Did they ever get married, or was it just his ex-girlfriend? Yeah, she ended up, like, having these crazy gangbangs with a bunch of black dudes. Thanks for the donation, though, HB.
in front of Hunter. And there's blood everywhere, and Hunter and Jalapeno run back up to his apartment, and they lock the door, and they barricade themselves on the back balcony.
Are you recording? Conrad has shot Holly in the leg.
And Beardy, he gets into the building, and he follows Jalapeno's trail of blood all the way back to Hunter's apartment. And he texts Jalapeno, asking her to please leave Hunter. And by this point, Hunter's already on the phone with 911.
The suspect was trying to get into the building, and he had a gun under his coat.
And it's during that call that Beardy starts to bang on the apartment door.
Oh, He's at the door. He's at the door.
Please come in, please come in.
Please hurry.
So police showed up right then. They had already been called earlier after the first shot. And you can hear police and Beardy having a standoff. And then you hear gunshots. Because allegedly Beardy unalived himself. And Jalapeno and Hunter, they're okay physically, but they're pretty traumatized. Meanwhile, they're recovering and her leg is still healing. And all this happened in Martinburg, West Virginia, so shout out to West Virginia.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy story. That is why you own a gun. So that crazy wackos like that can't fuck with you.
Girl, with just the three of us to go out. That sounds so awkward.
No, it's 5. You're like, these 3 girls are coming. I've banged all of them. I didn't list any names, but they're all women who you are either having sex with or actively pursuing for sex.
No,
and you want me to sit there
you're
eating
just
fries
lying
while you like get your dick sucked at the table by all these women.
I don't have many other thoughts
What's
about
the thing that you say? Like, cool, gotcha? Is that it?
What? No, I never say that. That sounds incredibly dismissive, actually. Gotcha. You were traumatized when you were 8, or you were when you were 8?
I was molested.
Oh, molested. Gotcha.
That's the catch for.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So 2 things. The vegan pizza from my work was delicious AF, and Trump's disqualified in Colorado smile.
Well, that sounds like good news. Colorado Supreme Court disqualified Trump from the 2024 presidential ballot, citing 14th Amendment insurrection clause. Not eligible to hold office for president. Dude, he is fucked. That's good to hear, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Let's see. Rat William Johnson donated $2. I am going to do this. New Paul video. Let me see.
Come with me to clean the Taco Bell bathroom for free. This bathroom is disgusting, which is wonderful. The dirtier, the better, if you ask me. But I need to work fast because I've already been kicked out of Walmart and McDonald's.
How do you clean the bathroom?
Is cleaning into the bathroom is not permit for the other people. Everyone said I had to clean a Taco Bell next. Challenge accepted. But I made a mistake. I forgot to bring enough rags. So I decided to get crafty and use a tortilla instead. This actually works better than I expected. Oh no, I just heard some employees talking outside the door. I need to hurry up. I don't know if I have minutes or hours to get the job done. This is one of the dirtiest bathrooms I've ever seen.
Ignore the caption, just watch a min of the video. I feel like I stepped into an alternate universe. Also, SCOTUS probably won't uphold Colorado Supreme Court ruling.
Perhaps the single greatest defense of Israel on videos since the start of the war. My buddy brother Robert Kennedy Jr. sent him this note. I'm not exaggerating, Bobby, when I tell you that this just might be the single greatest defense of Israel on video. Absolutely incredible. Blah, blah, blah.
Did you see Dr. Milo Wolf and natural hypertrophy had a debate on power building? Milo Wolf destroyed his motherfucking ass XD.
Oh, really? They actually debated. Okay, that sounds interesting. Yeah, natural hypertrophy is a fucking moron, dude. Okay, we gotta watch that. Thanks for the donation, HB.
Hamas is a criminal enterprise.
Sure.
Yes. The Palestinian, and you talk about solutions for the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are arguably the most pampered people by international aid organizations in the history of the world.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Even
I'm not.
before this war, 78% of people in Gaza said they had, not enough food to eat.
Right. And why is that? Why are you blaming Israel?
In part, it's Hamas, and in part, it's the fact that Israel imposed a blockade and talked about putting them on a diet.
If your neighbor, first of all, Israel has no obligation. Israel built 3,000 hothouses and gave them for greenhouses. That would have made Gaza completely food self-sufficient, gave it to them as a gift, offered to rebuild the port of Gaza to make it the Singapore of the West. Hamas said, no, we don't want Jew money, we don't want Jew ideas. And what do? The international aid agencies have given Gaza more than 10 times per capita what we gave to rebuild all of Europe after the Marshall Plan. They've gotten $8,300 per capita, every person in Gaza. We rebuilt Europe with $621 per capita in Europe, and we rebuilt it. What did they do with that money? Instead of using it to make this,
This is literally the only base take fucking RFK has. Why is he, actually based on this one issue?
Gaza's this beautiful country, white sand beaches. It should be a paradise. Hamas said, we don't want that. They take virtually all of that money and they steal it. So the top 5 guys, the top 5 leaders of Hamas are billionaires. Ismail Haniyeh has $5 billion, according to Forbes.
But Bobby, again,
wait, let me just finish. No, because you made
Hamas.
You are making a statement that is just wrong. It's not Israel's fault that Gaza is poverty-stricken. Gaza should be one of the wealthiest states on the Mediterranean.
They have no control over their own territory.
Of course, if you go to war,
everything that comes in and goes out.
If you go to war, no, Crystal.
I just watched your stream of Destiny versus Jen Koiga. Makes sense how stupid Cenk is when you realize he's Hassan Piker's uncle who helped boost Hassan's career. Stupidity runs in the family, Dumb Uncle Cenk with his stupid nephew Hassan. Nepotism helped Hassan.
Well, yeah. Clearly Dum Dum runs in the family. The stupid gene seems to get stronger and stronger with each generation, too. But yeah, Cenk got absolutely destroyed in that debate. Thanks for the donation, Roger. Alan Wake donated $2. Wrote your name into the story 25 years ago. That's why you suffer from depression. You're part of the story. Okay, well, that's good to know. Maybe I can find a solution to that. Got to travel to the dark place or something. Thanks for the donation, Alan Wake.
Crystal, why are you blaming? Why do you insist on blaming Israel rather than blaming Hamas?
I do blame Hamas, but
Well,
you know what else,
Hamas-
Bobby? Our tax dollars do not go to Hamas. They go to the Netanyahu
and why? And you know
our
what?
bombs, 22,000
You
of
know
which
what
are being
most-
bombed, dropped on the
You know what?
population right
You
now.
know what most of our tax dollars have gone for? For the Iron Dome, which is a way of not invading Gaza. Our country and Israel for 16 years have expended this huge amount of money to try not to go into Gaza, while Gaza sent 2,000 rockets a year, suicide bombers, and of course
And
Israel's
how
been
many
like, let
times
me.
has Israel come in and quote-unquote mowed the lawn?
They've gone in 5 times, and every time they've signed a peace agreement with Hamas, and every time they violated that peace agreement. Let me
Well,
just.
Israel also has
Oh,
been
why
killing
are you-
Palestinians in the West Bank. But Bobby, hold on.
Listen,
I want to move
if
forward.
Mexico attacked us and we built a fence, would you blame us for caging in Mexico? Well, I don't know what it is, but everything in your.
Some legal experts argue that SCOTUS would uphold disqualifying Trump, but it's not what you think. SCOTUS wouldn't do it for being right, but for self-preservation. Think about it, a fascist dictator wouldn't see a need for SCOTUS and would make them powerless. I know the stupidity gene does get stronger and stronger the longer we live. Scary, isn't it?
It is terrifying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Well, so they could get rid of Trump. That's the thing. So if they uphold the disqualification, then they wouldn't have to worry about Trump getting rid of SCOTUS. So, I don't know. There's a chance, given that they're right-wing judges, they may not hold the ruling, so who knows? We'll see. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
When ready, grandfather Gigliardo and myself are ready to help you go deeper into the dark place to save you and get you out of this horror story and end this nightmare. Just come visit us anytime. You can find us in the nursing home.
Okay, thanks for the offer. I'll do that sometime soon. Appreciate the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, did you plan to go downtown Toronto or to Coxwell Station and hold up Muhammad? Also, funny Yemen thinks they're ready to take on the U.S. Army. Oh my god. Stand with Houthis in Yemen. I stand with Palestinian resistance. Like, okay, I can kind of understand the Palestinian resistance. Houthis in Yemen? What? Like, I stand with China and Russia-led multipolar war. Who the fuck is this insane whack job? Stand with any people or nation that stands up to the forces of destruction and chaos at the helm of the U.S. Empire. Dude, this guy, like, fucking sucks cock. Holy shit, what a fucking Fruit Loop. Yemen tells America... They're literally fucking... Really? They're gonna get fucked up. Yeah, fuck Yemen. Okay, well, nice knowing you. Base donated $2. Is he based? Let me see. I can't hear anything he's saying.
Is that your answer? You ask stupid questions. Ask me a smart question. Do you condemn Israel? You condemn Israel? Big man. You condemn Israel? Let's go. Why'd you even come here?
So I could not hear anything he was saying. I'm assuming he's pro-Israel.
I just turned my bed into a fish tank with real fish. Let me explain. I found this old bed on Facebook Marketplace and cut a viewing window. I can't wait to see the fish swim through here. But it needed a water mattress, so I spent $2,000 on acrylic and carefully glued it together. But if I mess up, it could explode and flood my bedroom with hundreds of gallons of water. So I built these support beams and hoped for the best. I stopped the film. The whole bed frame was creaking for a second, but it stopped. Let's keep going. Then I tested for leaks and added this robot shark and some fish. I've always wanted to get in one of my fish tanks.
There is no way this would ever work. That is insanely stupid. So let's see.
I think people hear a neck injury and they just lump all of them into the same category.
Yeah.
So people think like, oh, you had the same thing as Edge, right?
Yeah. And he came back. I get those messages a lot, and I get that mindset. I understand where that comes from. I believe Steve Austin has the second highest, at least in terms of WWE wrestler, in terms of how high their fusion is. His was, I think, a C3 and C4. The normal one is like C5 and 6 or 6 and 7. Mine's C1 and C2. The very top two vertebrae in your body. Mine are fused. When I posted the staples in the back,
Jesus.
One of the benefits of joining the Broken Neck Club is Boston becomes a friend of yours, and he reaches out to you and, kid, why'd they go through the back? Why not through the front? And I explained, well, Steve, it's the equivalent of my mouth. That's where my fusion is adjacent to my mouth.
I don't think people realize that.
Yeah, it's that high up.
I think people...
That is crazy. Holy shit.
I hit 280 on the flat bench a couple days ago. Road to 315 going well so far.
That's sick, Matthew. Yeah, hitting 3 plates for the first time feels very satisfying. So good luck, dude, and may you make many gains. Appreciate the donation, man.
You're gonna love this.
Let me see.
The same Israeli army that slaughtered 3 of its own people as they were pleading for help.
Here we fucking go. Oh my god. They don't know the circumstances around those killings, so why the fuck are they commenting on it as if it's like some major injustice and they're completely at fault, or like who the fuck knows what happened?
In Gaza have decided to write the names of American citizens who are critical of its practices on the very bombs that they drop on civilians in the Gaza Strip.
Fucking based.
So this was shared on X, formerly known as Twitter. And if you can't see the names clearly, I can tell you
Cenk Uygur.
which names are included. You see the name of MMA fighter Jake Shields on there, scholar and YouTuber Mohammed Hijab, journalist.
Get fucked, loser.
And academic researcher Suleiman Ahmed, Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupus, and yes, you also see Cenk Uygur's name right there on the right-hand side at the very top.
That's hilarious. Get fucked. Fucking losers. That's funny. I do love that. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Let's see. Vegan gains, vegan slave, dying weaker and smaller by the
Even
day.
smaller, fucking man. He's young. He's like a little teenager, like that kid there, 14 years old, benching 315 too, and 400.
Why is he calling me like a little kid? I'm 32.
15 for 5 I've ever hit by far.
That felt like I might have been able. And this is special. Why? Because you have to practice at doing it. Why can't you just do it off the bat? Why aren't you strong enough to just fucking bench 315? Look at that Asian kid. He benched 285 without practice.
He benched 225. And he probably did practice.
Practicing. I like 90.
He's talking about this kid. Oh no, wait, it was 275. Oh yeah, there's a little... That is actually impressive. He probably did train for it. But who the fuck cares? Good for him.
If they were moving for sarcoplasmic hypertrophy, they had shitloads of fucking complex carbohydrates. They definitely... I know, he's a hyper responder. What part does he not understand? MND size has a ceiling limit where during hypertrophic process where the satellite cell is...
Dodo donate $2. Scholar and educator Muhammad Ajab. I don't know if that's right. I'm always recommended this person's tweets for no reason. Look how many insane mega retards believe that shit. Read the comments. Illuminati bot. What am I... What are... Is he pointing out studio lights? What? Wait, I'm not really... There's more than one of these. The whole world is staged. What? White House fake studio. Oh my god, dude. These people are crazy. Oh my god, Chidog. They think the White House doesn't exist? Okay, that's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's your ideal financial/economic system? Just curious. Keep up the good work.
I'm not entirely sure if I know what an ideal system would be in terms of like generating the most amount of happiness. I think what we're probably going to see in the future is a universal basic income where so many of the jobs are taken over by artificial intelligence. The kind of productive work that they do is just going to be given to us, sort of like how, like in Saudi Arabia or the UAE, they just give citizens money for the oil production. Probably going to be a similar thing where we just have like a UBI that is given to us through the work that like machines and AI do. And then you might be able to supplement more income if you do more work. So I think we'll probably have a system like that, and I would argue that's probably a better system than we have now, because rather than, you know, trading your time for really crappy, you know, menial labor jobs, you can have free time and use your earnings for whatever, you know, you want to pursue. So I think that would be more happiness generating than the system we have now. I don't know if that's an ideal economic system. I don't know exactly what an ideal system would be, but I'd say it's at least better than what we have now. Thanks for the donation, though, AC.
Hey VG, can you please do an impression of Cenk Yoga finding out his name was written on the bombs? I would love to see that.
Impressions are $10, so if you give me $10, I can do an impression of Cenk. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Pedro donated $2. How to prevent pec tear while benching touch and go, and is taking maltodextrin fine if you can't eat enough carbs with just food. So For one thing, if you're going to bench touch and go and you want to prevent pec tears, don't lift too heavy. You have to get your body used to the stresses that you put upon it. So if you've been benching paused for a long time and then you're transitioning to touch and go, just start with very light weights and work your way up to heavier weights. I wouldn't recommend benching touch and go for lower than 5 reps. I have done that before, but I wouldn't really recommend it. So if you're doing like sets of 10, I think that's pretty damn safe. If you're doing sets of 5, a little less safe, but not too bad. Sets of 3s, you probably don't want to do that. You probably just want to bench touch and go, or I mean paused. But yeah. Just slowly transition into using more weight. That's really, and just make sure your technique isn't sloppy too. That's another factor. Taking maltodextrin fine if you can't eat enough carbs with just food. Yeah, as long as you're taking it before training, I don't see it causing any health issues. So, if you need some additional, like, supplementation for energy, yeah, I don't see that being a problem. Thanks for the donation, Pedro.
Sing and turn subtitles on. BTW, the scenes were not CGI or green screen but actual locations, believe it or not.
Okay, I shall sing this for you. Thanks for the donation, Richard Kumar Burgess. $2 they think Biden is some sort of puppet president and he's not really in the White House, and they think Obama's pulling the strings or the deep state, or Trump is technically in charge. Also, did you see how Anna described Mohammed Ajab as a scholar and educator? I did not. Mohammed Ajab calls himself a scholar. I don't think he's considered a Muslim scholar. He's just a jackass. Like, that's what his title is, jackass. Anna's a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Plants don't have over 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 nutrients.
That's a lot of nutrients. Thanks for the donation, Spherage Empty Fridge.
It worked, thanks to your help. The gods of Linux have bestowed Linux gains upon me, in the mortal form of a certification.
Well, that's dope. I'm sure you're relieved. Thanks for the donation to you. Ugh.
Genetically inferior retard saying that you look young reminds me of this meme lol, so he admits that veganism is responsible for this effect.
Growing old as a vegan. Yeah, really. Dude, even vegans that don't eat super healthy that I know look way younger than they really are. So yeah, I think veganism does help you age gracefully. It's pretty funny too, like he probably doesn't know my age and he's assuming I'm in my mid-20s or something. It's just funny how they dunk on themselves. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Did you see this Destiny tweet? Did he listen during your debates and take something to heart?
Let me take a look. Are you pretending that eating beef for sustenance is worse than fucking a cow? If so, that's completely brain dead. You don't need beef for sustenance, you eat it for pleasure, you force cows from birth into factory farming, inject them full of hormones, pump antibiotics into their bodies, and distort and morph them with a variety of therapies and techniques to maximize the unhealthy amount of meat we can harvest from their corpses. I just think it's funny, kind of funny to celebrate all that and then act indignant when someone wants to take a cow to Pound Town. But hey, you do you, Chief. That is pretty funny. Yeah, it's almost as if he's learning. Thanks for the donation, though, to you.
Cat daddy in the house, bitches. Suck my dick and shit in my mouth, baby. Here to watch Big Daddy Richard shake that beautiful caramel-colored ass. Fuck, I'm so hard, I wish you all could see it. Oh well, at least the cats can.
Alright, well, thank you for sharing that with us, Cat Daddy. Very informative. Appreciate the donation. Alright. Okay. Well, hope you enjoyed that. Thanks again, Richard Kumar Burgess.
Hey Rich, quick question. Have you ever jacked off in school? I used to do it middle school. It was a single person bathroom with a lock on it. Put a poll in chat, I'm interested.
I have never masturbated in school. Yeah, so never did that. I've never been a public bathroom masturbator. So, yeah, I just can't imagine jerking off in a public bathroom. It just seems fucking gross. I like being in the comfort of my own home, in a familiar, clean place where other people don't shit. So, never done that. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Dodo donators, Kyle thinks Biden is a war criminal, and he's not voting for Biden. I can guarantee you Kyle does not think that, and he's just saying that because he's a fucking grifter.
No. Hamas, they've been, forget Hamas. It's not even about Hamas. Right now, they're killing children. They're bombing refugee camps, hospitals. Innocent children are dying, you know?
Are you sure that it's definitely what happens?
Yeah, that's what happened. 6,000 children had died, 15,000 Palestinians. This is all real quotes. This is real quotes. Someone said there will be no electricity, no fuel, everything's closed. We're fighting animal people and we're acting accordingly. This is Yoav Gallant. That's what
This guy is such a fucking grifting turd. He is one of the most cringe fucking, you know, like religious grifters I've ever fucking seen. Wasn't this guy like dating a trans person while claiming to be Muslim? And can you make a comment to debate him or something, or email him? I think his channel's dying, so you can debate him. Let me see.
You say, how much? You bribe them, you pay them in order to...
I don't know, dude. He's got 1 million subs and he's still making like 100K. Yeah, he's still making good views. I don't think he's really gonna debate me, man.
You go in there and arrest the top Hamas guys, and you put them on trial. You bring them to the International Criminal Court, and even if they reject it or whatever, you send in the special forces and you put a bullet right between their eyes, because I'd rather have 12 dead top Hamas officials than 20,000 dead Palestinian civilians.
So apparently we need to send in Solid Snake, and he thinks killing 12 Hamas members would do anything?
Yes. That's the answer. Now, outside of that, what do? It's exactly what Jocko Willink laid out on his podcast with the Daryl Cooper, the guy who did the Martyr Made podcast, which is a great podcast on this exact topic.
So because a fucking ex-Navy SEAL said it, he's somehow a fucking expert in like these geopolitical issues because he's an ex-Navy SEAL.
By the way, he says, yeah, you drive a wedge between the population and the leadership by going in there and doing tremendous amounts of humanitarian aid and building relationships.
That's what Israel has already done. Israel has already given a tremendous amount of humanitarian aid.
Relationships on the ground.
Like, this is so fucking stupid. Hamas refuses to accept aid, and when they do, what happens is they steal all the money, and they will steal building supplies so they can turn them into fucking rockets and bombs.
And then anybody who was directly involved with the Hamas...
Kyle's a fucking retard. Like, he's just genuinely fucking retarded. I can guarantee you Kyle's just a fucking liar. He doesn't believe what he's saying. I think he's just an anti-Semite, and he says this shit just to, like, attack Israel.
Have you seen this? She also has a Q&A, but it's 1 hour long.
Tons of people asked, like, what's my diet like during pregnancy? Because I normally only eat...
I have not. Maybe we can react to that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Grand Dam. Aaron P. donated $2. Why are steroids so celebrated? Yes, he's a beast, but he is probably going to die young. Please watch, even if you've seen it already. I'm broke again. Come on, Olawale.
Hello, guys. In this video, we will see how the famous bodybuilder Ronnie Coleman reacts, making a lot of noise. As at his early age, he has an incredible physique.
Okay, we can react to that. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Cat Daddy says that last song sucked and I hope whoever donated for it dies of AIDS. Fart gay ass fuck shit the bed.
Thank you for that, Cat Daddy. Appreciate the donation. Grand Dam donated $2. Did my dono not work?
Tons of people...
I'm just getting a lot of donos in all at once, so I can't react to them all at the same time, so just be patient. Usually there's just a backlog that I have to go through. But we'll react to this in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Grand Dam. Let me just see.
Here I show you Ronnie's reaction and his final opinion, which, coming from someone as prominent in his time as he is, I think has been incredible.
Oh, yeah, buddy. Here we go. Another Jack kid coming up. My man is Jack up, y'all. Let's go, Sam. Show me something. Working them triceps. That's what I'm talking about. That's lightweight. Come on, Sam. Come on. Hey, looking pretty good. Kind of jacked. Once he gets some striations going in there, he'll be off the chain. You get them arms just a little bit rounder, get some peak on them biceps, he will be...
A couple more years of muscle maturity.
Yeah.
Do you think he's natural, Ronnie?
Oh, come on now. There ain't nothing natural about him except for the hat he got on. Let's see about me and you getting together and having a meal, maybe a workout. Hit your boy Big Ron up and let's...
Yeah, the reason why steroids are sort of idealized in culture is just because they make you jacked. Like, they do work, and they do make you basically superhuman, so... Even though they're bad for you, and yeah, they are gonna, like, shorten your life expectancy and shit, like, they work, so yeah, they end up getting idealized in culture. Dodo donated $2. While Biden is sending astronauts to space, this is what MAGA is doing. Let me see. I had the honor of welcoming the brave crew of the Artemis 2 mission to the moon, to the White House. Here on Earth, our children will learn the names of these pioneers, and it's Artemis generation who will carry us into the future, blah, blah, blah.
Mr. President, thank you. Extension of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And I pulled over, and I remember sitting there, listening to the landing on the moon. 50 years later, it's a big deal. Change and then...
Okay, well that's nice. And what is MAGA doing? MAGA Civil War is coming. Yep. Thanks, Dodo.
Klikansky is such a moron.
He's a moron, and I think he's more of a liar than he is a moron. I don't think Kyle is a full-fledged retard. He knows when he's lying, and he knows when he's wrong. And I think he's deliberately lying. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Universal Studios, $22. The pedo-worshipping beard suits him well. This dude is a fucking hater, LMAO, religion of peace, and also Israelis are hot. They are.
Look, if the Taliban does something bad, they need to be called out on it. Yeah, just like anybody else. What do I think about the Taliban? Who cares what I think about the Taliban? They are now ruling their country. Like, they're doing their thing, isn't it?
Hello, everyone.
Wow, Jesus. I actually went to school with kids who were Afghan refugees who supported the Taliban.
You see these soldiers dancing around in front of the mosque? The roast is coming soon. Let's have a look at this Israeli who admits to wetting the bed, you know, like a child, just because of the atrocity that he committed against the Palestinians.
ואני מתלונן! אני צועק, אני משתין בלילה מפוסט טראומה! הוא בא אליי ואומר לי למה הרגת אותי!
So, failed hip-hop background dancers?
There are people who get PTSD from killing valid military targets. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Take heed from this man, so you don't end up wetting the bed.
What a fucking dipshit.
I don't know if I'm too naive.
Yes, you are. And you think we're naive too. Here you are dressed as an Israeli soldier with guns. All the while...
Damn, she is fucking fine.
In perfect makeup.
Yeah, she is fucking cute.
And not to mention those nails. Selling your body for the military. That's what's disappointing.
I don't know.
That guy is a fucking douchebag, but yeah, she's fucking cute. God damn, dude. Dodo $92, what are you gaming tonight? Something with good story. Hopefully. It's either going to be more RoboCop or we'll try to figure out what's wrong with Cyberpunk. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You're gonna wanna raise your prices after this. Please sing this beautiful song.
Okay, I will sing the song for you. Thanks for the donation, thee then now.
My prediction is that Sam Sulek will die earlier than Rich Piana. Not only has he started earlier, but he is clearly on insane stacks and will continue by getting into insulin. Women complain about unrealistic standards, but then we get this shit.
Rich Piana started taking steroids when he was a teenager, so that's right around when Sam did. So Sam and Rich started taking steroids around the same time. I don't know if Sam is going to live a shorter life than Rich Piana. I'm really not sure. If he continues with the same lifestyle that he has now, he just might. Like, he eats like shit. I think his diet is probably going to fuck him over worse than the drugs he's on. Thanks for the donation, though, Tio. All right, let's see.
Pete the cat was walking down the street in his brand new shoes. White shoes. Pete
loved his white shoes so much, he sang this song. I love my white shoes. 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 Love my white shoes. I love my white shoes. Oh no.
Pete
Pete stepped in a large pile of strawberries. What color did it turn his shoes? Red.
Did Pete
cry? Goodness, no.
He kept
walking along and singing his song. I love my red shoes. 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 I love my red shoe. Oh no.
Oh no.
Pete stepped in a large pile of blueberries. What color did it turn his shoes? Blue.
Did Pete
cry? Goodness, no.
He kept
walking along and singing his song. I love my blue shoes. 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 I love my... Oh no.
Oh no.
Pete stepped in a large puddle of mud. What color did it turn his shoes? Brown. Did Pete cry? Goodness, no.
He kept
walking along and singing his song. I love my brown shoes. 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 I love my brown... Oh no.
Oh no. Pete
stepped in a bucket of water.
And
all the brown, all the blue, and all the red were washed away.
What
color were his shoes again? White.
But
now they were wet. Did Pete cry? Goodness, no.
He kept
walking along and singing his song. I love my wet shoes. 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 I love my wet shoes.
The moral of Pete's story is
no matter what you step in, keep walking along and singing your song.
And singing your song because it's all good.
Well, that is great. Thanks again, thee, them, thou.
This song sucks, fuck you asshole Dodo.
It actually wasn't Dodo who gave me that song, it was thee, them, thou. But thanks, Cat Daddy.
An old exchange between former mobsters Michael Franzese and Sammy Gravano, former associate of John Gotti, on Valuetainment.
What I did on the street, I did. You can keep using that BS.
What did you do? Say it. Say what the fuck you did. What'd you do?
Huh? What did you do?
I'm involved in 19
What did you do?
Three fucking mafia wars.
That's your badge of honor. Your badge of honor. You killed 19. You put a gun in the fucking back of 19 guys. That's your badge of honor.
No, I didn't shoot 19 guys. I'm involved in 19 murders.
Good for you, Sammy.
Yeah. I'm involved in 3 mafia wars.
What
You said, what did I do?
Oh, Sammy, you know what? You're talking like a clown right now.
I'll put out a
Nobody
video
ever
for you.
went to jail because of anything I ever told the government. Can you say the same, Sammy? No. So don't give me your
I don't
BS.
try to. I was on the fucking street. Who the fuck knew who you are? Myself.
Stop the baloney, huh? Who the hell knew you either?
And then stop the baloney. Who the fuck in the mob says stop the baloney? What kind of statement is that?
Oh, now you want to act like a clown? What do you mean? Stop the baloney? What?
That was gay. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Alright, let's see this.
Meat. And like I said, I'm still only eating meat. Would I recommend it for pregnancy? I would recommend you do the diet that makes you feel the best during pregnancy. So unfortunately...
That is remarkably fucking idiotic. The diet that's going to be best for pregnancy is going to be the diet that's best for pregnancy, not the diet that makes you feel the best.
Fortunately for me, that is still the lion diet. I can't incorporate other foods. If
Universal Studios donated tellers, isn't it crazy to know that Islam was an imaginary idea created by Muhammad when he was hallucinating in a cave? Well, he probably wasn't hallucinating, he just made the whole story up. Wow, I couldn't even imagine 1.8 billion people following some random dude sitting in a cave, LMAO. Imagine how many innocent people died for his idea. It seems to me that he gained such a following primarily because of money, not really because of anybody really believing in the religion, at least initially. But, yeah, it's fucked. Thanks for the donation, Universal Studios. So, eating nothing but skeletal muscle tissue will leave you with a number of nutrient deficiencies, namely vitamin C and folate. That is a huge fucking problem, because if you're deficient in vitamin C, that's going to cause scurvy, and that's going to probably give a birth defect to a child if they're also deficient in vitamin C. And folate deficiencies are actually associated with Down syndrome in children. So if you're eating a diet comprised of only skeletal muscle tissue, you are increasing the risk of birth defects, including mental retardation in a kid. So, stupid idea for her to recommend that.
If I could eat anything else without getting autoimmune flare-ups, and by an autoimmune flare-up, I mean arthritis, my skin breaks out, which I...
Yeah, guess what? Blueberries don't give you fucking arthritis. So she's just being fucking stupid.
hate badly, and I go crazy. I get super volatile. I can't think. I get brain foggy. I get anxious. I just want to hide in bed.
Yeah, she has an eating disorder. Plain and simple, she has an eating disorder. The idea that if she ate blueberries or were to eat pasta, she would get arthritis and get some autoimmune disease or something, like, you're fucking delusional. She's just totally full of shit.
If that didn't happen when I ate other foods, I would 100% be eating other foods. In general, but especially during pregnancy. The number of times I've cried over not being able to eat a cucumber during this pregnancy is at least, I would say, that's happened at least 15 times.
Let's see. Carnivore diets are deficient in folate, and folate deficiencies are associated with birth defects, including...
What is the lion diet? Any new Frank vids?
Is Down syndrome one word? So the lion diet is just a carnivore diet. I don't know why she calls it the lion diet. I guess it's a marketing thing. She makes money selling like diet advice. But it's just a diet. It's just a carnivore diet where you eat nothing but steak. I think Frank does have a new video. We'll react to Frank after this. Thanks for the donation, James. Carnivore diets are deficient in folate, and folate deficiencies are associated with birth defects, including Down syndrome. Not a good idea to have a pregnancy when following a diet that is nutritionally deficient. What a fucking idiot. I'll just leave that comment there.
Because of the meat aversion, during the first trimester, all I wanted was like cucumbers. And it, people should be able to eat cucumbers without getting autoimmune symptoms.
You are not getting autoimmune symptoms from eating cucumbers. You just fucking aren't. You have an eating disorder.
Which I still think is because I was living in mold for most of my life. But
guess what? If you had a moldy house, you are not going to get autoimmune fucking symptoms from eating cucumbers. Mold doesn't make you allergic to cucumbers.
Time will tell for that. But I would say do the diet that makes you feel the best. Don't just give in to your random craving.
Yeah, that's just beyond fucking idiotic. Again, a diet that makes you feel the best is not necessarily the best diet for a growing child inside of you. Like, again, if you have an eating disorder, you
sound cheery tonight.
I am a little bit more energetic. Thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it. Like, if you have an eating disorder and you get anxiety around eating certain foods, so a lot of people with eating disorders will avoid triggering foods, quote unquote. You might get triggered from eating fatty foods. You might get triggered from eating foods that are more dense in calories, that feel more filling, and you might gravitate towards certain foods that aren't very high in nutrition, are low in volume, and you may tend to undereat. Well, that sort of diet will make you feel better if you have an eating disorder, because you're avoiding triggering foods that give you this anxiety. Is that good for a growing child? No. Like, what kind of fucking advice is this?
Cravings for bad foods, because that does impact your health and it does impact the health of your baby. So you shouldn't just be loading up on carbs.
Okay, so again, false dichotomy here. Foods that make you feel good are not necessarily foods that are good for you. And a diet that makes you feel good is not necessarily a good diet for you or a growing child. She literally thinks a food that is good for you is a food that makes you feel good. Well, guess what? Plenty of people feel good after eating McDonald's. I feel good after eating a box of Oreos. Does that mean it's good for me? I just ate a fucking pizza. That pizza actually wasn't too bad. It's just bread, basically, and tomato sauce. But the idea that just because a food makes you feel good, therefore it's healthy for you. Like, again, this is somebody with a fucking eating disorder.
Carbs and gaining excess weight and not caring about your body. But by no means do I think that you should be only eating beef like me. It doesn't even feel like that's what I should be doing.
That is not what you should be doing. You're increasing your risk of giving your kid birth defects.
Right? Like, the fact that I wanted a cucumber so badly is just like, it's just some vegetables. Like, it's not that big a deal. But alas, I can't do that yet. So anyway, yes, I've done carnivore throughout the pregnancy. It has been difficult. I don't know very many pregnant women that actually stuck to a very strict carnivore diet throughout pregnancy. Most people add in at least a variety of meats, and dairy, eggs. And then a lot of people are like, well, I couldn't even do that because I had a meat aversion. I went back to like a paleo diet. I think that makes sense, but I couldn't do it, which has made this difficult. Any food or
This woman is fucking delusional.
supplement you recommend for pregnancy? I think on any restricted diet and any diet, it's just the standard American diet for sure, you should be monitoring your vitamins. I know now that your vitamin levels aren't just from what you eat, they're also from your environment. My vitamin levels were totally fine.
What? No. You only get vitamins from what you eat. The only exception being vitamin D. But the sun is not a reliable source of vitamin D. In all likelihood, if your only source of vitamin D is from the sun, you're probably still going to be deficient in vitamin D. Especially if you live in a colder climate, like, Canada, where half the year you don't get much sunlight.
For like 5 years, and then I moved into this particularly moldy house that made me really sick, and a whole bunch of them plummeted. This was right before I got pregnant. So fortunately, I had started supplementing the really deficient vitamins prior to pregnancy.
She thinks she became vitamin deficient because she moved into a moldy house. You're eating nothing but meat. Like, guess what? You're probably going to be deficient in a few vitamins, one of them being vitamin C.
So folate, for example, I was taking by injection. I'll link the injection below if you guys want to.
That's actually funny. Like I said, folate is an extremely important nutrient if you're pregnant. If you're folate deficient, you're increasing the risk of birth defects in children, namely Down syndrome. So at least good that she's taking folate supplementation.
Inject folate. I couldn't take the oral version because it gave me insomnia for who knows, like, why, for whatever's wrong.
She was not getting insomnia from taking a folate supplement. Again, she's fucking delusional. She just has an eating disorder. So fucking weird how this is the natural diet. This is what we're supposed to be eating. This is what we evolved on. Oh yeah, I inject vitamins and other nutrients into my, like, directly into my fucking veins.
Wrong with my body. So I injected it, got my levels back up to normal, and then that was about 8 weeks.
So this is so stupid. She is attributing the folate deficiency to moving into a moldy house, even though that does not affect folate levels. And she doesn't realize that her stupid, shitty carnivore diet is obviously going to make you deficient in folate. Folate-containing foods are usually very fibrous fruits, vegetables, and grains, and beans. Like, they're all plant foods. So if you're not eating any plant foods and you're only eating meat, your folate levels are going to be rock bottom because meat doesn't really contain folate. So she knows nothing about nutrition, and here she is giving fucking nutrition advice for pregnant women.
After we moved out of mold, and that's when I got pregnant. So I would suggest monitoring your vitamins and supplementing whatever's low and looking at folate specifically.
Yeah, just like our caveman ancestors did, right?
Specifically, because at the very beginning, folate's important for the baby. Are you eating organ meat now for the baby? Hell no, okay? This diet's hard enough with a meat aversion. I don't like organs. The idea of liver is so nauseating.
Yeah, the risk of hypervitaminosis from eating liver is pretty high. It's particularly high if you're eating something like fish liver, which is kind of used as a weird sort of health remedy in places like China. You can actually find quite a lot of case reports of kids either getting extremely sick or dying from getting hypervitaminosis from eating fish liver. But even just eating like beef liver regularly, the risk of a child getting hypervitaminosis is pretty high. They can't tolerate super high vitamin A levels like an adult can.
No, I'm not eating organs. I still don't really believe the whole organ thing. I think if you're on a regular diet and you incorporate organs in, you can get some benefits. But I think if you're only eating meat, I haven't seen any definitive evidence of adding in organs and getting some sort of benefit. So I'm not doing it. I also think it's weird to desiccate something that you don't even want to swallow and then force yourself to take it by pill if your body is like.
So she thinks it's weird to take a supplement like, you know, like take a liver supplement basically because you wouldn't eat it because it tastes gross to you or something, but she's fine with injecting folate into her like shoulder or something because she can't get it through her diet. Logic, carny logic.
Trying to make you spit it out. So that's still my opinion. No, I'm not eating organs. Having any issues with blood sugars during pregnancy on carnivore. So they get you, so when you have a midwife, they pretty much follow what an OBGYN would do. Although they explain like what certain blood tests are for and they let you opt into things. But I did keep an eye on my blood sugar for like a week just to see. it is very difficult to get gestational diabetes if you only eat meat, if you're not having any carbs. Not that any mainstream doctor would admit to that, but...
Well, gestational diabetes is different than having elevated blood sugar levels, so I don't know about that.
How do you get high blood sugar when you only eat meat? So
yeah, diabetes isn't necessarily defined as high blood sugar. I mean, it's more a matter of insulin resistance. You can be like, you can become extremely insulin resistant very quickly from eating a diet very low in carbohydrate. And people who are diabetic can manage their blood sugars by just eating a very low carbohydrate diet, and oftentimes they can get off their medication. It doesn't mean they're not diabetic, so I don't know if she's defining terms properly.
No, my blood sugar's been about 83 to 87 for the entire pregnancy. And I have been in ketosis the whole time. Do doctors get mad at your diet while pregnant? Some would, but like, screw those guys. The world is made up of people who say they know what they're talking about and don't.
Yeah, the girl who thinks vitamins like come out of thin air is telling us doctors don't know what they're talking about.
People. So if you get a doctor that's like, well, you can't do that for all these reasons. Do what makes your body the healthiest. Be smart, like monitor your...
How do you know what makes your body the healthiest? Oh, I feel good. Okay. Corona Bro donated $2. Let me see.
What is a blown vein? It's when a vein continues to leak blood and causes significant bruising. Bruising will initially be purple and red. As the hemoglobin is broken down, it contains iron, which will then turn to green and yellow and take about 2 weeks to resolve. What is a blown vein?
Okay. Thanks for that.
That thing between you and Riddle.
What about him?
He said his wife and kids left him.
They did. Well, his wife did, yeah.
Your wife divorced you and took your kids and they don't want to see your ass anymore, huh?
What did you just say?
Was that too far, Seth?
No, I don't think there's ever such thing as too far. We had a bit of a real life beef. You kind of got to see that play out on live television. Now we have a moment that's viral and something that you remember that affected you. So win-win-win, I would say.
That thing.
I don't know why you're sending me these.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick.
That is a chubby dog, but at least he's happy. Thanks for the donation, Corona Bro.
Would rather the animal holocaust increase tenfold or allow Svaria to fuck Jasmine once a week for 8 weeks. Also, you have to watch.
Both of those sound equally horrible. You did not give me a link, so... if you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, balls. Islamic Gains, $22. Look at these Muslim converts, so cringy. Let me see. People who make videos like that should be locked in prison.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
We are new Muslims. It is what, 6:30 in the morning, give or take? Yes. So roughly, we have been Muslims now for roughly 12 hours. Yeah. We took our Shahada at a local mosque about 12 hours ago. This is just an introduction video.
So, were they told that they had to commit jihad and kill non-believers in order to enter heaven, or that it's okay to rape children yet? Or does that come later?
We are Mr. and Mrs. Muslim. I'm Jay. This is Christy. Hello.
Hello.
At the mosque, they were asking if we had decided on any Arabic names that we'd like to be called by, and we're thinking about that. We've been Muslims for about 12 hours. What we want to tell you here is subscribe to our YouTube channel. It'll be in the description. Years and why at 48 years old, I went to my wife and said, I need to become Muslim. It's kind of weird at 48. At least it felt weird. And it was a no-brainer with her. Our hearts follow each other. It was an absolute.
Are they still making content? Okay, no. How long did this last? Not very long. So yeah, it looks like they uploaded a few videos like a year ago and then just fucked off. I wonder if they're still Muslim.
I meant you have to watch them fuck. Also don't be a pussy, say which one you choose if you really had to.
I don't know if I could choose, dude. They both sound awful. Thanks for the donation balls.
Your vitamins, make sure you're not getting a deficiency of some sort. Oh, if a doctor's getting mad at you too, get a new doctor. I haven't even talked.
So, do you think it's at all possible that if several doctors are telling you something's a bad idea, that it may be the case that it's a bad idea and the right form of action isn't just to find a doctor who will agree with you?
Talk to a doctor. Have I talked to a doctor throughout this whole pregnancy? No. For the first ultrasound, I was in Dubai, and so then a doctor, it was like an ultrasound technician did the ultrasound, and then the doctor was like, yes, that's a baby. That's the only doctor I've talked to. And it's going to stay that way, assuming everything goes well.
Yeah, assuming. We'll see.
Ever worry about your child's nutrition in the womb while being a meat eater? No. I mean, I've had, like, when I had Scarlett, I was eating salad and meat. And I had so many people freaking out about me only eating salad and meat. Freaking out. It was really stressful.
Oh my god, dude.
My family wasn't freaking out, but everybody other than the child's nutrition, no, because babies will take what they need from you. So if you're so deficient in a vitamin that the baby can't even take that vitamin from you, that's when you get a problem. So keep an eye on your vitamins. My vitamins are good. I have been supplementing folate just in case. So no, I'm not worried about that at all. I think the diet I'm on is healthier than what most people eat.
She's eating nothing but steak, and she has to take fucking a bunch of vitamin supplements in order to...
Is eating this vegan? It is very common in India.
Let me take a look. And then she has to take a bunch of vitamin supplements, including folate, just so she's not deficient in shit. Oh yeah, I eat better than most people. Is this cow shit?
Hey Daddy Gaines, let's vibe a little to the greatest, most thought-provoking song ever.
What the fuck? They're frying cow shit? What is this? And now it's just burnt. This can't be a real thing. Dude, what? I'm very confused if this is real. They literally just burnt cow shit and ate it? Yeah, I don't know if that's real. But, thanks for the donation, Tio. I don't know if that's vegan or not. Islamic Gains donated $2. Lil Kane and Paul Saladino are fighting over carbs. I hate them both. Whose side are you on?
I tested my body temperature.
I'm not watching her videos. Don't ever send me your content. I don't know who Lil Kane is, so I don't know. But thanks for the nation, dude. Sky Gardener.
Hey bitch, you sucking dick or no? I'ma have to beat your motherfucking ass, bitch. Hell no, I ain't got child support or a job, you better get one, bitch. I'ma sell this dope at your house, turn your house into the trap house, bitch. Tell them kids shut up, they ain't paying no rent. They can go hungry, I ain't buying them no damn food. They can be barefooted, I won't buy no shoes. Bitch, you gonna suck this dick or not? You was looking like a whore, like a straight up thought. How many dollars I gotta pay for you to suck this dick? How many dollars for your fentanyl fix? But she's a hoe for sure. Tell that bitch.
Hey Richard. What's up with toxoplasmosis? Is it as prevalent as espoused? Any details would be nice.
I have no idea. I don't even recall what that is. I've heard of it before, but I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Saxby.
Bitch to get her ass down the road. She's a hoe for sure. Tell her to get her ass out down the door in the rent stole Christmas.
Yes, excellent song. Thanks for that donation, Sky Gardener.
So, even though I'd like to expand it and I think it would be better.
Eating cow dung is huge in India. Also pooping in public, a country of coprophiles.
Really? That wasn't just a joke. I have to look. Do Indian people eat cow dung? Curious to know where you got this idea. Perhaps one can refer to this Indian doctor whose video of eating cow dung went viral.
A video is being shared on social media platforms with the claim that it shows the process of making a special Indian cow dung food item. The posts imply that the food being made in the video has cow dung as an ingredient. We could not find the source of the video, but we did find a few abnormalities in it. After the woman in the video mixes water with cow dung, the video transitions to a person pouring a greenish mixture into a dish. This shows vegetables which are not present in the cow dung and water mixture. Reverse image search of screenshots from the video revealed that the food item being made in the video is the Indian street food staple, kachori. Plenty of videos on the internet show the process of making kachori and the curry with it. These match the process shown in the viral video, but none of them uses cow dung as an ingredient. An internet search for details about any kachori recipe that may use cow dung did not yield relevant results. Cow dung is often used as fuel while cooking, but not as an ingredient. As a manipulated video is being shared with false claims about the usage of cow dung as an ingredient in Indian cooking.
Okay, so cow dung patties selling like hotcakes online in India. CNBC. Okay, so people don't eat this. They use it as
Nigga,
fuel.
what the fuck are you doing having a picture of someone in blackface as your thumbnail? Are you racist? Or retarded? Maybe a little bit of both is my guess. But Richard, seriously, your metrics are down due to being an unhinged bitch boy. Chill.
Okay, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, I'm Niagara. Yeah, so I think that's fake and a joke.
ऐसे साइंस ने प्रूव किया है कि उसमें 4 चम्मच गोबर में से 1 चम्मच जूस निकाल के अगर प्रेगनेंसी में समय समय पे लेते रहे तो नॉर्मल डिलीवरी के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं. अगर गाय के गोबर की हम बात करें तो इसमें विटामिन B12 प्रचुर मात्रा में पाई जाती है. विटामिन B12 हमें रेडिएशन से बचाती है. आजकल मोबाइल का रेडिएशन, एसी का रेडिएशन, फ्रिज का रेडिएशन, इन रेडिएशन से बाल झड़ते हैं जल्दी, स्किन में झुर्रियां पड़ती हैं, काली झाइयां होती हैं और फिर फंगल इन्फेक्शन, सोरियासिस के चांसेस बढ़ते हैं. इनफर्टिलिटी तक हो सकती है. कब्ज की शिकायत.
Time to watch Frank.
Yeah, we'll watch Frank after we get to the bottom of this. So this one person might actually be insane and eats cow piss and shit. Okay, but as far as I can tell, people in India don't eat cow dung. That's just a bullshit video. Let's see. Frank Tufano. No new shorts, I don't think.
It's a parasite from cats.
Oh, right. I've heard of that. Toxoplasmosis, global threat, correlation of latent toxoplasmosis with specific disease burden.
Of course these dudes be running block for their coprophilic behavior. Would people that bathe in cow dung really have qualms with eating it?
Cow dung fight? Dude, is this real? Bro, I'm never going to India. What is wrong with these people? What the fuck? Okay, well, thanks, Tio. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know about toxoplasmosis. I have no idea. Severe toxoplasmosis causing damage to the brain, eyes, other organs can develop from an acute toxoplasmic infection. Occurred early in life. It's now reactivated. I have no idea. Yeah, I've heard you can get it from cats, but I had cats growing up. I've never gotten it. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby.
What's up, guys? It is December 18th, Monday before Christmas weekend, and I'm looking across the street because the post office is right here. It is crazy busy. I'm guessing everyone's trying to get their packages sent out before Christmas, and if you guys still do want like prime rib for your Christmas dinner and you're thinking of ordering on Tuesday, we might get it to you in time. I can't make any promises, but if you place an order right when this video is posted, we will have the package sent out by Wednesday, and hopefully it comes by Saturday. But I mean, I guess there's no guarantees with the the holiday shipping and the increased volume, but we did get everything sent out today and Tuesday. Just a few quick reminders as usual, guys. There is an order minimum, so if you order less than $100, the order is going to be canceled. We just can't ship that much, and the shipping cost is too expensive. You guys wouldn't pay it. And the West Coast minimum is $130. The pet food is fine. I announced at the beginning of last week's vlog that, oh, the pet food's bad, email. It's not bad. A customer told me the pet food was bad. I asked him, does it smell rotten or spoiled, or does it just smell like organs? Organs can kind of smell funky. He told me it was rotten. I asked my employee, I was in California, guys, I wasn't here to check. I asked my employees, does the pet food smell rotten or does it smell like organs? And they said it was rotten. So I took their word for it and I left it in the freezer, and I was thinking, it's not possible. So I checked the pet food myself. It's perfectly fine. Some people might not be used to the organ smell, but it's as fresh as can be. It's not even close to any sort of spoiling because that meat was slaughtered fresh. So the pet food is back on the website. Beef pet food, very affordable per pound for your pets. The disabled giveaway, we had some emails, not really that many, and I think there are 11 people that are eligible so far. So there's still over 20 slots open for the $33,000 giveaway. I've opened it up to all types of disabled people. So at first we just did it for blind people. I got no emails. Then I did it for mentally disabled individuals. I got a few emails. Now we're gonna do all disabled people. Just forward me a doctor's diagnosis, social security letter, whatever it is. We're gonna try to do that.
I don't know why he's still doing this. He's clearly lying about it. So for those of you who are not up to date, Frank spent, according to him, $33,000 on cosmetic surgery to make his eyes look retarded. That's why his eyes look fucked up. So he had the idea of matching the amount he spent for the surgery to give to charity, but rather than actually giving it to charity, he's saying he's going to give money directly to disabled people. So there's no way to tell if he actually gives away, $33,000.
Is Frank disabled?
Mentally disabled, I would say yes. I can guarantee you if he was to be properly diagnosed, he would have a learning disability. Thanks for the donation, James. So, he wasn't actually able to spend $33,000 on his cosmetic surgery. He had to take out a loan to be able to afford it. So how is it that he had to take out a loan to afford the surgery, but he's able to come up with $33,000 to just give away? It doesn't make any sense. So he's just lying about this to try to increase sales on his website. That is what I have to assume.
If you don't change that thumbnail, I'm gonna come to your house and treat you like a bad boy. So bad that he says dumb shit like I hope the IDF kills more babies and rapes more women. You heard it here, folks. VG endorses infanticide and grape.
Not changing the thumbnail, but thanks for the donation, I'm Niagara. Apple cider boss, only $2. Apple cider will kill you.
Again, I'm not a nutritionist either. But what's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things that both Mikhaila and I noticed was that when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think we're allergic to, or allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah. It took me out for a month. It was awful.
Really?
Yeah. So I would say, look.
So this is right before this whole truth conversation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So I think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. Not because of talking to Sam, but it was
just physical.
Oh, Jesus. I was so dead.
The worst day of his life was caused by drinking a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar. Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't want to not do it. Because
apple cider? What was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously been overwhelming. There's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Mikhaila knew by that point that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?
Yeah,
from
a month.
Fucking cider?
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible?
I'll tell you how.
You would die if you didn't sleep for 25 days straight. You would literally die.
It's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get up.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
this is from fucking cider. From cider.
That's what we.
That's literally like physiologically impossible.
thought. Yeah.
What a fucking whack job, dude. The Petersons are just insane.
I was thinking of going to a children's hospital nearby, but like the hospital administration had their own charity line, and going through the hospital administration, like I was immediately so turned off when talking to those people. It was, look, I was hoping maybe I could go in there, ask the kids what they want, get them a gift, but they even closed the charity until next year, so it's kind of weird. I guess that option was off the table, but hopefully we get enough emails.
Oh, there we go. So he's making up some bullshit excuse saying, oh, I was gonna donate it to charity, but they wouldn't let me.
100% Frank has ate cat food. He says it good like he tried it. Toxoplasma is only dangerous in infants and immune-compromised individuals. Cat owners have a high likelihood of infection. Also, Peterson during this timeline was coming off Xanax.
Toxoplasmosis is, or toxoplasma is only dangerous in infants and immune-compromised individuals. Okay. Peterson during this timeline was coming off Xanax. Okay. That is a much better explanation than apple cider vinegar. What a clown. Why do they lie? I can't imagine him honestly believing that. Like, the guy comes off Xanax and tries apple cider vinegar, and he thinks the apple cider vinegar is what caused his mood disturbance and not coming off of a medication. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick on the Moon. Appreciate it.
Emails, and we can complete the giveaway just with my customers. There were a few rotten apples that emailed me that very conveniently omitted the fact that they were never a customer of mine, but we can complain about that maybe later. So it's like 3:45 p.m. on Monday. My guy.
Poop eating and public defecation is going to become a lot more common in Canada as you are being replaced by a state-sanctioned South Asian dysphoria.
That's good to hear. Let me take a look. Massive statue of Hindu god being built in Brampton. 55-foot tall statue of Hindu deity is being built in Brampton, said to be completed by 2024. Well, that's great, I guess. Very multicultural. Thanks for the donation, Tio.
Maybe this song should be renamed, I Like Drinking Apple Cider Vinegar.
So happy and I thank the Lord above, but I knew that one day it all would end with another trick, trying to make a little cash and sucking lots of dick. We can't do the things that
I don't know if anybody's sucked dick for apple cider vinegar, though. Thanks for the donation, Colburn.
Time for a burp break.
Let me see. That is really cute. Cockatoos are really cute. That's a really cute burb. Those are really cute burbs. Thanks for the donation, Bendover.
We usually close at 4. I had to drive to the Amish farm, so I kind of rushed to try to get here before we close, but I'm just going to have to stay a little later anyway, finish this vlog and do a few things. So maybe Frankie Boy should have woke up a little earlier to get things done in a reasonable time. And we're not doing the daily vlogs. We're just doing I'm just going to be doing a quick vlog on Sunday or Monday until my eyes are kind of healed. Then we might get back to the daily vlogs and just show you guys a little bit of what's going on every day. But, you know, Monday, Tuesday, usually same typical stuff, and then we get a few new things in every week. Yeah, so the pet food is fine. That's a big one. We have ice cream available now. I'll definitely show you guys. And, I mean, I have so many reviews here to read, but I wanted to do them at the end of the vlog, so the thing is, I can't bring the camera into the freezer and then really film more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to film the reviews now. I'll show you guys around, and I'm going to put the review segment at the end of the video. So if you guys want to hear me read the reviews and goof around, that's going to be towards the end of the video. But timeline speaking, I'm doing it now in case I say things and some things don't make sense. Yeah, bro, I've never seen this post office that busy. And it's Monday, so you're sending your stuff Monday. The post office is not reliable, dude, especially during the holidays. The post office gets so backed up, especially if you guys are ordering on the foods and the other businesses, you might have to wait a little longer because they get so backed up during the holiday season because they have the cheapest option. Everyone uses them, and they just don't get everything delivered in time. Yeah, it's kind of gloomy outside, raining, so it's a little dark in here. We don't turn the lights on, so I'm trying not to go completely broke with the bill. Well, I'll go through here this time. I don't usually go this way through the office. My mess of an office. Potato chip room over there. I don't know why someone said those someone on TikTok said my boxes of potato chips were empty, that I was lying. Bro, that's completely ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. I got a few deliveries I gotta check out. Might have some exciting new products next week. Okay. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, have a good night, guys. I bought my guys some bottled water so they don't make me broke drinking my Mountain Valley water. I think I showed you guys last week. For the most part, all the food stuff is in stock. I think we got a few new things like this this vanilla powder, which you guys see me use a lot. I like. We're gonna get some vanilla extract in too. We got the larger bottles of molasses and sugar so you guys can...
I think this guy was on a date with a sex worker or his mistress. Carnists are morally bankrupt. If you're not vegan, then you pay for animal abuse. Please subscribe, Colburn Clark on YouTube.
Let me take a look at this.
Now, your attention, please. This cow was named Tim. Tim was killed at a factory farm at JVS. He had a family and wanted to live just like us. Unfortunately, when people pay for animal products, they pay for cows like Tim to be sent to the slaughterhouse where they experience fear, suffering, and pain. The only way to prevent this egregious cruelty from happening to animals is to go vegan. Animals want to live just like us. They have families just like us. They feel pain just like us. They want freedom just like us.
You're too big to not eat a steak.
I eat a lot of plant-based foods and like vegan pizzas, burritos, stuff like that. I used to like steak too, but once I found out what was happening to cows like Tim,
It's really
I
sad.
decided to go vegan and stop supporting this. Please allow the cows to live.
Hey,
have a good night.
Hey, Terry.
Go vegan.
Terry.
Can't touch us.
Terry.
Can't
You
touch
need
us.
to leave. You need
Go
to leave.
vegan.
You need to leave.
Go
You're
vegan.
trespassing at this point. You
Go
need to leave these
vegan.
premises right now.
If you're not vegan,
Otherwise,
your
animals will be here.
I guess Frank has a larger clientele than we thought.
I guess. It's really weird how he has enough people buying from his business to not go broke. It's really weird. Thanks for the donation though, James.
You will lort at this.
I will take a look at that in a minute, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, that was a good disruption, dude. Not bad. I've done a similar steakhouse disruption before. So that went pretty smoothly. Thanks for that donation, Colburn Clark. Let me see, Dodo.
Dozens of speakers criticized Moms for Liberty co-founder and Sarasota, Florida school board member Bridget Ziegler. Now, it turns out that Ziegler's personal sex life doesn't really mesh well with the conservative group's Christian values. And so let's get into the allegations here and then talk about what this means for what seemed to be a growing conservative movement, especially in regard to school boards across the country. Now, Ziegler recently told police that she and her husband, who is now under criminal investigation for sexual assault, had a consensual sexual encounter with another woman. The same woman who is now putting out allegations against her husband, Christian Ziegler. On November 30th, the nonprofit Florida Center for Government Accountability published a Sarasota police search warrant detailing allegations that Christian Ziegler had raped a woman with whom he and his wife had previously had a three-way sexual encounter. According to the affidavit, Ziegler told detectives that his separate encounter.
You know, it really makes you wonder if this guy and his wife had a three-way threesome, or if they're making this up so that she can, like, protect her husband. So bizarre how these fucking Christian conservatives get wrapped up in this.
With the woman in early October was consensual and that he had recorded it. Now, here are some more allegations or more details about the alleged rape. Let's watch.
The Zieglers were in a sexual relationship with the woman, in this case, the alleged victim.
Walnuts $22. I would have asked the black dude filming on his phone if he got a good shot of the poor cow that was slaughtered to make his fucking steak. Wow, he was real cool smirking and taking a video on his phone. Probably the only kind of clout he will ever get. Yeah, a lot of meat eaters act fucking smug and act like dipshits when you do disruptions like that. They're just brainwashed sheep. Thanks for the donation, though, Walnuts.
They, I think, last met, from what we know, with this woman for sex over a year ago. On October 2nd, according to this affidavit, they had made plans to go to this woman's apartment for another sexual encounter. Bridget Ziegler, for one reason or another, we don't know, couldn't make it. That's when the alleged victim in this case said that, why don't we just cancel? I was mostly in it for Bridget Ziegler. According to the affidavit, Christian Ziegler then shows up at this woman's apartment where he proceeds to rape her.
So those are the allegations. Now, over the weekend, the GOP in Florida decided to make some moves, okay? Because they're like, okay, this guy, Christian Ziegler, is literally the head of the Republican Party in the state of Florida. We can't have it. There are like credible rape allegations against him. So they were pressuring him to resign. He refused to resign. So over the weekend, they had an emergency meeting and they voted to suspend him. So he's currently suspended. When it comes to Bridget Ziegler, though, his wife, there are calls for her to resign from the Sarasota, Florida school board. She seems to be refusing to do so, and we'll see how that all plays out. But before I give you more details on this story, I know Cenk is chomping at the bit to comment on what's going on here, so go ahead.
Well, that's Republicans for you. They're all about family values, and then that happens.
Sugar down there too that you guys are using to make the water kefir. Instant yeast, which is new for bread. But I've been eating rice. I've been eating rice because I don't have time to make the bread. I've been having rice every day, feeling okay. But I'll show you guys the food stuff more next week. I think I showed you guys this last week too. We finally restocked all the artichoke spread and all the other stuff like the fig jam. These are the Tunisian high quality artisanal organic products. Very, very special.
Her spouse looks fat.
Yeah, he is overweight for sure. Thanks for the donation, James.
So those are the artichoke spread, and we got some whole artichokes left down there. Oh yeah, so you guys.
Big Brody comes at you like this. What you doing?
Let me see.
Jackpot! Yeah, put that shit back. We eating good tonight. Brody don't pay for shit. Motherfucker, I got a ball head. Jackpot! Yeah,
I gotta
put
see
that
that
shit
again.
back. We eating good tonight. Brody don't pay for shit. Motherfucker, I got a ball head.
That is pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Blue.
They're saying the pemmican's a little hard. I mean, you can soak this in water. I think the plain pemmican is hard too. So, oh, you know what? No, the plain pemmican isn't actually as hard. It's still a little soft. Like you can press it. So, I think it might just be a little too much honey. But this is still like it's not that soft. We're basically sold out of Best Bars, the chocolate, vanilla berry, but we do have them on pre-order if you guys want to support me instead of the clown shills copying me. We restocked the beef sticks.
How about more burbs?
Can always use more burbs. That is a really adorable burb.
I wonder, does Frank know what a planogram is? Looks like he never properly restocks.
Not only does he not seem to keep proper track of his inventory, he also seems to not be able to manufacture his food products consistently. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Ooh, African Grey.
Rosie!
Aw, that's a really beautiful burb. Oh my god! Toucan! Wow! Oh my god, look at that toucan. Wow. That's a really beautiful bird. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Oh, look at his snoot.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
amazing.
Is he doing it, guys?
Oh my god. That is great. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
These are pretty popular. You guys are liking these a lot. Yeah, hopefully we have some time this week to make some stuff, but I don't know. We're kind of busy with all the orders. So this is all the dairy. We're basically going to send out the rest of it tomorrow. We got some beautiful fresh roast beef and fresh sliced turkey breast. We're going to send all of this out tomorrow too. I'm going to take some of this home with me. My pocket roast beef. All the dairy products are in stock, guys. That's heavy cream down there. This is sour cream. This is cream cheese.
Ugh, so gross.
Some more heavy cream. That is cottage cheese, yogurt. We got everything, guys. We got everything. Too much butter though, way too much butter. We're still giving away butter for free. There's more over here with every order.
Why does he have so much butter?
Yeah, this is all that's left of the giardiniera. So we got 1 crate of giardiniera left, and there's some pickle juice. And then there's like half a crate of sauerkraut left. So that's pretty much it. Over here we also have the water kefir grains are available in 8 ounces. Oh, I gotta take, no, I have plenty in my house, but I eat these every day with every meal as like a supplement. But like once you have your own culture going, you don't really need to buy them anymore. It keeps growing on its own with the sugar and molasses. We do have the orange flavored water kefir back available. Very delicious. I like this with breakfast, you know, because it's kind of like orange juice. Orange kefir for breakfast, it's kind of nostalgic. Some plain kefir over there. We got pineapple. I don't know if I think I restocked it on the website, but we do have pineapple now. I think this...
Looks like Frank needs to have the electricians do some work, assuming all his accounts payable are current.
I know he said he spent a lot of money on electricians before because I think he said a bunch of fans weren't working and he had to spend a lot of money on a HVAC technician. So hopefully his expenses keep mounting so that his business is not profitable. But thanks for the donation, James.
This is more, that might be more plain kefir over here. Small amount of cookie dough left. This might all be sold, guys, but we can make some more this week if I ever find the time. All the cheeses are back, guys. We got blue cheese, Emmentaler, Fiore Sardo, which is like a sheep's milk cheese similar to Pecorino, Fontina, Gouda, Asiago, Parmigiano, American cheddar.
Cheese is so fucking gross to me. Ugh, it's like just goop. I don't know how people eat cheese.
Manchego. Guys, go on the website, check out all the food, all the cheeses, and then we have the more affordable A2 cheeses from the farmer. So from the Amish farm, we have cheddar, Gouda.
Is Frank using quality vendors?
What do you mean by that? He does sell some things that aren't his own products. So I don't know what you mean by quality vendors. Thanks for that donation though, James.
Colby and mozzarella. Those are more affordable. And then we have a little too many eggs. All of these eggs came in fresh this week, but if you guys can please place an egg order just to kind of keep them moving. The new egg styrofoam cartons that I found, the eggs are coming in those this week, but you guys might not see them until we sell those eggs, so that's why we're trying to get through them. But the eggs are now a little cheaper. On the Foods website in particular, I did a slight price reduction, but we can't really go much cheaper, otherwise I'm breaking even, which is not great. So now we'll go in the freezer.
Why do I dislike plant-based yogurt? Because it's still fucking nasty. That's why.
Yeah, these are all the orders that we're sending out tomorrow because the ice delivery comes on Tuesday now. guys did a lot of orders this week. Trying to get over here, see if there's anything to show you guys.
The amount of fucking animals that have to be killed for this horse shit.
Beef tri-tip is back in stock. We ran out of this. That's just some of our beef tri. This is picanha, whole picanha. This is the cheap ground beef. 85.15 organic, $7.50 a pound.
Does Frank keep track of the merch sell-by dates?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him. So I don't know. Thanks for that donation though, James.
Oh, we got the whole beef belly slabs. The 5-pound beef belly slabs are back. And we also have just 1 pound beef belly as well over here. That's the 1 pound beef belly portions. These are the beef belly slabs, and then we have the sliced beef bacon available as well. Yeah, we got a lot of...
It looks so fucking nasty. I don't know how people eat this shit.
A lot of orders this week. Yeah, we restocked the best burger blend again. You guys bought all of it. My guys moved the soups and stocks around, but you guys can see all of these in the freshly roasted meat section on the website. A lot of collagen broth. This is the chicken broth. We got some porterhouse steaks back in stock. These look really good. Bone and ribeyes are back available too. We were out of these for a little bit. Some more bone and ribeyes here.
That looks extremely gross.
I agree. It looks fucking nasty. You have to be fucking deranged to just be involved with this business and buy this shit. Thanks for the donation, James.
The rabbit kidneys and rabbit livers are back in stock. These have always been popular with some of you guys. We also restocked the caviar here.
Like, who's eating this shit? It's just such weird crap.
We have the American sturgeon caviar and the salmon caviar. These are all of the buy one, get one free turkey orders. I think you guys saw that in my short on the weekend. If you buy one turkey, you get one of the same weight for free, which is absolutely crazy. I might as well register as a nonprofit. What's even crazier is I was supposed to get the forklift and bring those down. And we also have like a staircase thing we can use to get those. So I told my guys to move stuff and get them. My guy freaking climbs up there like a monkey. I'm in here fucking screaming at him not to do that. I'm like, it's fucking dangerous. Fucking get down. He doesn't fucking...
I'm waiting for Frank to say it puts the lotion on its body. It does this when it's told.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a skin thief. Thanks for the donation, Silvermuff.
Listen to me. He's up there, and my other guy's down here, and he's throwing the fucking turkeys down to him. I was about to have a stroke. I just left the freezer, and then we had a safety meeting the next day. I can't. I treat my guys really well, and they like me a lot, so that they'll kind of do whatever. But sometimes I gotta get things a little serious. But we have turkeys. Oh, what's definitely new and exciting is ice cream. I think we sold almost all of the vanilla ice cream right here. And then we have a decent amount of chocolate still. That's the chocolate, but like all this is chocolate. But most of the vanilla is gone. That's just some beef liver. We got more canoe bones in stock. These are great. Most affordable price online. Plenty of the marrow butter too, bone marrow butter if you just want pure bone marrow. Over here we restock two things mainly. The single bone and short ribs, which are nice small portions. We have a lot of those, and then we also restocked, well, this is eye round roast. I think these are the prime rib roast. Yeah, we got some more prime rib roast back for you guys for the holidays. We ran out, but we restocked a lot of the 4 and 5 pound prime rib roast for this weekend. I think that's all way too much chicken. This is what's left of the pork share. This is what's left. We only have this much ground pork, this much ham, and 1 lone pork chop. So we're gonna have some more pork. It looks like what we're gonna do is maybe a few shares will have ground pork and ham, and then we'll just have the ham left. This is all the milk you guys didn't buy last week. I can't complain too much because you guys did buy the milk this week. But my guys have my liverwurst over here for some reason. Beef liverwurst. If you guys didn't see this on the website, it's basically just beef and fat pureed together. Very delicious, very high quality, very plain. This is the seafood I haven't spoken about in a while. We're kind of almost out of it, the salmon, the cod, and the halibut. But yeah, so when the IRS wonders why my business isn't profitable, it's part of the reason is this. Yeah, upside of running a business that's hemorrhaging money is you don't have to pay taxes. Downside is you don't make any money. Going crazy. I think I've showed you guys everything in the freezer for this week, and if not, that's fine because I am cold. Oh wait, no, there's one more thing I must show you.
Thoughts on Lionheart's being a big pussy by not going vegan?
Well, he is a massive pussy if he isn't vegan, so that's my thoughts on that. Thanks for the donation, you know.
Is Frank worried about possible cross-contamination? It all looks like a disease breeding facility. How many of his customers get eating these animal products? All those animals raised on factory farms and their gruesome ends in a slaughterhouse.
Yeah,
Yo VG, seen you were watching the anti-ephilism guy at the beginning of the stream. Any reason for that? Love you, bro.
Somebody sent me that video to watch. I still haven't actually seen it. It's just a tab that I have open. Thanks for the donation though, Josio. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Frank is one of these people who literally does not believe in, like, germs or something. So, I don't know. I don't know if he's actually worried about cross-contamination, considering that it's Frank. I wouldn't be surprised if it's, just germ breeding facility. Hopefully he does have some customers that get horribly ill or die from eating this crap. Fingers crossed. Thanks for the donation, James. Joe based on $2. Joe calling out his guests' scams. Let's see.
Let me tell you about what I'm selling for cheddar.
You're selling things? What are you selling?
Steve-O's butt wipes for your butthole.
They're flushable? Right. Not really. Let me tell you something about those flushable butt wipes. Don't flush them.
Oh, yeah?
No, they all fucking clog. Talk to a plumber. Those fucking things all clog up. They don't break down. They all get stuck. They get stuck in pipes. Yeah.
I picked the wrong place to
Listen,
fucking...
Google are butt wipes flushable. Flushable butt wipes. Are they flushable? They're not. They tell you don't flush them. If you flush... Talk to a plumber. They fucking have people's pipes clogged up all the time with those things.
Wow.
It's like essentially a cloth. You're flushing a rag. You're not even supposed to flush paper towels. Paper towels break down in your hand when you get them wet. Those things don't break down. You're supposed to wash your butt off. You're not supposed to smear shit all over it with paper.
Steve-O got fucking called out.
If I don't eat this, things are going to change for me. That's what I thought. But once I found out there was protein and things in other foods and other resources, and then I started to learn more about the plant-based food space, I was like, I'm gonna give it a try. And I started trying the Beyond Meat, and I fucking fell in love with the Beyond Meat. I was like, I don't feel a difference.
Just let me tell you something right now. Those Beyond Meat things are not good for you.
I love them.
I'm sure
Yeah, here we go.
you do.
I
I'm sure
love
you
'em.
enjoy them. That's fine.
I love
But
'em.
if you're going to be plant-based, that's not the way to go. In terms of like the overall health, it's
Mhm.
not bad if you want just taste. If you enjoy, just mouth pleasure.
I love how he says this when the only reason he eats meat is for mouth pleasure.
But they're not good for you.
Yeah, the guy who eats a ton of fucking red meat is saying Beyond Meat's bad for you. Fucking dipshit. Bonus, do you like Red Bar?
Oh, JRE with Kevin Hart. We got to talk about JRE with my buddy Kevin Hart. Let's see this.
I've never heard of Red Bar. We'll react to this later. Thanks for the donation, Joe Based.
Maybe Frank has a rich benefactor who uses him as a tax write-off.
Like, Frank has done gay sex work before, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has, like, some sort of sugar daddy. Wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
We got the pork sausages back. So new recipe, I might try out this in a video for you guys. These are the plain Iberico pork sausages. And these are the Iberico pork breakfast sausages.
That's so gross.
So really, really special product, guys. These are the lean sausages that I've been eating myself, but these are much more expensive. These are like almost 35 a pound because it's such high quality, expensive meat. Whereas these are about $20 a pound, which for Iberico pork is still cheap. So we have the Iberico sausages, we have Iberico bacon, and we also have Iberico ground pork back that isn't as ridiculously fatty as before, which I'm happy about.
Italian Girl donated $2. Holy fuck, I love Red Bar. Let me see.
Leading to, what am I getting into here? I don't know. Okay.
Oh, I think I've seen this video before. Okay, it's that guy. He exposed her for getting plastic surgery. She got buccal fat removed. I remember this. Yeah, she got buccal fat removed from her face. And then she made some bullshit video saying, oh, it's the camera. We got a new camera lens. That's why my face is, like, different. But yeah, she got cosmetic surgery, clearly. Just out of nowhere, her cheeks, like, sunk in this weird fucking way. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Italian Girl. I've seen that video already, though.
These are delicious. I love these. Maybe I'll have, I'll take one of these home for dinner. What I like doing with this is I sear it on both
Yeah, buccal fat removal surgery is really fucking stupid. Oftentimes, especially as you age, it makes you look really fucked up and weird.
sides, and then I slice it thin, and I put it in my udon noodles. You guys are ordering plenty of ice cream. All right, if my camera doesn't fog up, we'll talk a little bit more. Which I'd be surprised if it doesn't fog up. Okay, so I mentioned it earlier, but if you have any
Gross and probably diseased. Did you hear him say that he charges $35 per pound for that one type F sausage?
That is fucking crazy. And like, people complain about plant-based dieting being expensive, and then Frank charges $35 a pound for the fucking sausages. Thanks for the donation, James.
any physically, mentally blind, disabled friends, family, neighbors, relatives, please send us an email. If you're, they don't have to be a customer, but you have to be a customer and know them. And then we still have a lot of slots for the giveaway.
Dude, this is a fucking scam.
Few exciting things to look forward to are my vision's blurry anyways, but I can still tell the camera's a little foggy yet. But I did have a few more things. We're gonna have duck meat hopefully in January, so I won't talk too much on that. It's still about a month away, and we're gonna have the pork share back soon.
Dude, his eyes look like they're cross-eyed? Does that not look like his eyes are pointing in different directions? Because, like, his one eye is way over here, and then his other eye is more... Yeah. He's cross-eyed. His one eye is pointing in this direction, and his other eye is, like, pointing in this direction. I think that surgery made him cross-eyed. And that's why he has the blurry vision. Yeah, that fucked up his eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna send that to Jasmine, see what she thinks. I think the surgery made him cross-eyed.
Yorkshire back soon. Hopefully we can fatten up the pigs a little more. And more importantly, restock some things that that you guys have been missing. And of course, I'm always coming out with new stuff every week, guys. It's always something new. I'm crazy. I'm not going to have enough space on the website to list everything. We did ice cream last week. These Amish, dude. Oh my God. I don't want to know how much money these Amish are making. It's crazy. They have no cost, dude. I know I should stop talking because it's...
Did you hear about the big news with regards to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes? That's going to happen on January 1st, 2024? I bet Trump's involved.
I did not. More than 170 Epstein associates to be named after Judge unseals court records. New York has ordered the names of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged victims and associates to be made public. Orders related to a settled lawsuit brought by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. Some victims will remain unnamed due to the sensitive nature of the crimes or sexual abuse of minors. It wouldn't surprise me if Trump is somehow involved. Yeah. The walls are closing in on all sides for Trump. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Dude, they have no cost. The Amish don't pay taxes. The animals are on grass. They're milking them. I'm paying for all the materials. Like, they're making pure profit. It's crazy, but whatever. I'll stop complaining because it's freaking 4:18. I went home an hour ago to, like, choke down a half of a breakfast before I came here. So I got a few more things I got to do down here. I'm just going to work for a little bit, go home, relax. I got to catch up on a lot of online stuff and emails. But you guys...
More animal slaughter. So, I guess Frank will offer an artisanal slaughter experience for his loyal customers. Hey, that is an idea. Maybe Frank will open a slaughterhouse.
Frank has said that he wants to open up his own slaughterhouse, which is fucking disgusting. I hope he gets an infection and dies. If he does that. I honestly hope that happens to him now. But, yeah, it's fucking sick. I've seen slaughterhouses. They're fucking horrific. Thanks for the donation, James.
You guys are going to see. Now you're going to see me read some reviews. And that should be it for this week's vlog. And hopefully I'm a little more organized next week, as in I don't forget to bring my camera down here on Sunday, and I don't have to drive over to the Amish to make an emergency container delivery. Also, I found them some dairy equipment on. They owe me a lot. Let's just leave it at that. So we got a 5-star review for the pemmican. Finally, a source of protein you can rely on. This product is great for people looking to try sustainable and nourishing food that has been around for a long time. Modern food can't compete with a nutrient-rich bar pemmican. Some of you guys were complaining that the new pemmican is too hard. I checked it. It's pretty hard. They used to soak pemmican in water before they ate it, but I'm going to try to figure out the recipe. If you like crumbled off pieces of it, it was kind of okay. It was still really hard. I'm going to look into a solution for that, because I think even the plain pemmican had... I don't think the plain pemmican was as hard, but I'm going to try to fix it. I'm going to try to figure it out. We have a 5-star review for the 5G EMF Protection t-shirt. Great and trusted since many years ago. I have about 5 of these shirts and shorts by now. I wear them at every single moment of the day except showering. They're so easy to wash, just 15 minutes in the machine, and it dries fast for me. The material is gentle, so it can have the silver string come out, but it's a little thin compared to the benefit of EMF shielding to your body, and it does not make you feel sweaty or anything. All of you that buy from Frank must buy the t-shirts and shorts the very first thing. Thank you for your amazing products always. Yeah. Having the t-shirt, underwear, and like head cover or hat is a real minimal investment cost to just feeling so much better. The EMF reduction is a huge component of health. So we have a 5-star review for the beef butter.
Maybe Frank will get too close to a deboning machine. What is pemmican?
Pemmican is a Native American food. It roughly translates to hot, greasy mess. It's basically a mix of rendered fat and a little bit of meat, and because it's so fatty and greasy, it doesn't rot easily, so it can be stored for a long time. That's basically what pemmican is. It's just a mix of like fat and meat, and some people add like honey to it now so that it tastes better, but it's fucking disgusting. Thanks for the donation, James.
Oh, let me, so the pemmican was on frankie'sranchfoods.com. The EMF clothing is on wifi-shilling.com. And this next review is for the beef butter, beef towel moisturizing cream. That's on frankiesnaturals.com. The best of the best. I've been rubbing Frankie's ball grease on my face and body regularly for years. As a heterosexual male, all other moisturizing products pale in comparison. You guys, maybe I should start some type of adult product company. You guys are ridiculous. Maybe we have a more reasonable review for the beef butter, beef towel moisturizing cream, another 5-star. I like it. I've only just tried it, but I already like how it feels on my skin. It makes my skin feel softer. I can't wait to see what results will be like with you long-term use. Okay, so that's an example of an acceptable review to the first customer. Back to the meat business. 5-star review for the grass-fed beef and bone broth, which is restocked. We did make more last week. Beef stew, basic and delicious. This is a very basic, unadulterated recipe. There's no way anyone could not like it. The quality of the ingredients Frank has sourced is obviously high. My only qualm is that it is very expensive, and that is the only reason I won't be purchasing it. I mean, dude, it's the only product available online, and that price for that quality product, you couldn't make it yourself. If you bought all the ingredients to make that, the bones and the meat, it would probably cost you more than buying it from me. It's the collagen broth that we sell for like $10 a jar, which is usually $15 a jar in the supermarket. They sell that same bone broth for $15 a jar, and it's not even gelatinous. So I'm selling gelatin bone broth for $10 a jar.
Does Frank have a cleaning crew? That place looks like it needs to be fumigated.
Supposedly he spent a big chunk of money getting professional cleaners to clean this place when he first moved in. I don't know if this place
Lionhearts thinks people need to eat meat to survive, but he also sticks crystals up his bunghole and prays to the moon. He's a tard making excuses to not be vegan.
Well, he definitely is a tard, and that's pretty embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, you know. So, I don't know if Frank regularly cleans this place. It does look like a rat-infested shithole, so, again, wouldn't be surprised. Thanks for the donation, James. Possibly that guy Pal donated $2. Do you find that depression inhibits your ability to think clearly, abstract thinking, problem-solving, reading comprehension? The only thing that depression seems to really do in terms of cognitive ability is it fucks up my memory. So when I have long bouts of depression, my memory is like goldfish level. I'll forget things very easily. My vocabulary can suffer a bit because, again, I can forget, words. So that's the only thing that I experience cognitively. As far as like problem solving, critical thinking skills, like that doesn't suffer. It's just memory that gets fucked up. Thanks for the donation, though. Possibly that guy, pal. Aaron P. donated $2. He looks better than Frank. Also, Alwali Blue, vegan, would like some tips on what chants he should use at the zoo. He's doing zoo activism. I have no idea. You might want to take a look at Vegan Booty. She's done zoo protests. So you might be able to get some inspiration from her. Thanks for the donation, though, Aaron.
Spent over $1 million.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy looks better than Frank. They kind of both look like freaks.
On over 1,000 cosmetic procedures. When I see all of these other human Kendall.
Dude, just... what the fuck? What am I looking at?
I think it's cute. I'm getting a $70,000 wolf masculinization. I feel like I'm the pioneer for plastic surgery when it comes to men.
He looks like disproportioned. What the fuck is this shit?
I have to have more surgery. I continually have it because I do get addicted to that attention. It's gonna be a really big change, like all new Justin, totally new human Kendall.
Justin already has the face that 95% of other men wish they had already.
If I
No, he does not.
was to die, it'd be dying doing something I love. A lot of things that I covered today on Hooked on the Look aren't things that I typically had revealed to any other media. I was receiving so much.
Is that him? He looks better as a girl.
attention and validation that way, and I started.
Oh my god, he literally looks better as a girl.
To think, well, maybe I was meant to live as a woman.
What the fuck?
Hi, I'm Justin Jedlicka. I'm 42 years old and I live in West Hollywood, California. I spent over $1 million.
Okay, well, that guy is a bit of a weirdo.
Maybe we should call the responsible health department and say we are worried about code violations.
I think we probably should. Anything that disrupts Frank's business, or at the very least pisses him off, would probably be a good thing. Thanks for the donation, James.
Already cheaper than the store, and it's way, way, way higher quality, and I add beef to it. So price-wise, if you guys ever complain about the prices on my website, it's completely ridiculous because we have the lowest prices online. It's not a
He does not have the lowest
it's not
prices.
a legitimate complaint. Stew meat for beef barley stew. This soup has become my staple, and these are a perfect portion and a great price. Yeah, I'm glad you guys like the smaller stew meat portions. We do have the beef barley stew back, but I think you guys have almost bought it all already. 5-star review for the raw cow's milk American cheddar cheese. Get the shredder. I haven't shredded cheese since I was a kid. Wow, this tastes amazing. Thank you.
Big Black Cock donated $2. What is the average size? Is it true that different races are bigger? Would you consider this a micro?
The hairs on my micro penis and on my testicles are at the perfect length to get nared, so let's do that today. Long and bushy and thick. Timing is it that like longer than?
He does seem to have a pretty small penis, so I've seen smaller.
Okay, so last night I posted a visual guide on how to trim your pubes and your testicles with a razor, and everyone has so much to say about my size and my body, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, he's so micro, he's so tiny, he's so small, he's so petite. How is he going to please anyone with that? Girl, first of all, I'm basically celibate. Like, I am not banging anyone right now. Like, people think I'm like the biggest W word and that I'm like super hypersexual. I literally, my body count is two men, 2 Jewish men, Ashkenazi. Actually, one of them's not Jewish. But my point is, like, I'm not sleeping with anyone. I'm not dating anyone. Like, I'm very devoted to my fictional husband, Reiner Braun. So, like, I'm not seeing anyone, like, contrary to popular belief. Also, by the way, fun fact, for people that don't know, I'm literally gay and I'm a bottom. So, like, women, I'm definitely not pleasing. No one's going to be complaining, babe. And also, men, I'm not topping anyone anytime soon unless I'm like in like an established relationship in which I'm the bottom and like we're close and comfortable and he like wants to experiment. That's the only time I'll ever top.
Okay, well that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Big Black Cock. Ben Boy donated $2. Have you seen this guy's channel? He's fucking hilarious.
I'm gonna give the mic back.
Yeah, I've seen this guy. We can maybe watch this. Oh no, wait, we've already seen this. Yeah, we've already seen this one. He crashed a police appreciation.
Just think of all the resurrected animals that were killed for Frank coming back to extract their revenge.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Frank get trampled to death by, you know, like 1,000 cows. Thanks for the donation, James. Yeah, he crashed this, like, weird police appreciation event. But I watch Professional Douche. I know about him. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
We did restock all of the cheeses last week, and we got some raclette in, which we haven't had in a while. So if you guys like the cheese, a little expensive now. I'm trying to find a better supplier, but the prices have been going up and up and up. Then on organsupplements.com, we have a review for the female fertility.
Shut up.
It really works. Bought for my girlfriend, and she says people are taking notice of her improved energy. She also has experienced less cramping on her period. Yeah, unfortunately, girls can fall a lot more into the conventional wisdom normie stuff, like with the birth control and everything. And usually men are the people that like kind of go outside the box and try to figure stuff out with their health and diet and experiment more. So it can be kind of hard to get like I have so many more guys buying my male virility supplement, probably like it's not even comparable. Like I have so many people buying the male virility beef testicle testosterone booster, whereas the amount of females I have buying my estrogen supplements, it's not comparable. Like it's very strange, but maybe they're listening to their doctors who are destroying their health. Another 5-star review for the 5G EMF protection clothing, this time the underwear. Oh, this is the same review. Hold on. He left a review for the t-shirt and underwear, actually. Then we have a 5-star review for the Vichy Soie organic potato leek soup. So creamy and smooth, exceeded my expectations. Taste was phenomenal, and the texture.
No, relax. Yeah, there's people in the hall, okay? Relax. That's enough. Come here. Yeah, that's a good dog. No bork. Don't you ever do that again. Okay, you bork outside. Only bork when there's an actual emergency, like a fire. Okay? Bork, bork, bork. Mai's ears feel so fucking soft. They're amazing. I think she has my favorite dog ears. Big Black Cock donated $2. Are you a grower or a shower? I guess a grower. My penis is way smaller when it's not hard. So it's not small when I'm flaccid. Like I have photos on my OnlyFans where I'm fully naked and you can see me flaccid. It's not small, but it's still a lot bigger when it's hard.
Dr. Ed Zimmerman, the Dick Doc on TikTok. Answering your questions on what if I'm a grower or what if I'm a dangler. That's a new term to me. We usually call them showers. Anyway, if the penis is flaccid and you do the half penis procedure, it's going to appear to be longer even when he's relaxed. When he grows up and gets hard, he'll be about the same length as he always would be, but he'll be wider. For those of you that are danglers, well, you're just going to be wider all the time, whether you're at rest or whether you're erect. So that's the scoop on the half penis procedure for growers and danglers.
Just about every single one of these surgeries, aside from the weird, like, gel fillers that you can get, it makes your penis look fucking weird. Like, the surgeries you can get to increase the length and size of your penis, like, it makes your dick just look fucked up.
Dr. Ed Zimmerman, the Dick Doc on TikTok. Yes, ladies, you are correct. You have fupas too. And if you do, a little bit of liposculpting, a little bit of trimming up the extra tissue or shrink wrapping to that area above the Virginia will fix that right up. And the distance you have to travel to Virginia becomes a lot shorter. This is the Dick Doc on TikTok talking about fupectomies and how to fix things right up.
Yeah, I'd rather just lose weight than get surgery around my groin. Thanks for that donation, that big black cock.
It was so smooth, it was unbelievable. I would recommend it to everyone. We ran out. I don't know if we're gonna make it again, if we have time. I don't know when we're gonna have time to make it. We're kind of backed up right now with orders and meat and stuff. And we like ran out of meat granola, we ran out of like cookie bars. We have stuff priority over the Vichy Swat that we don't have time to do now, so I don't know. Another 5-star review for the beef barley stew. Can't get enough. Slammed back 3 jars at once. Couldn't stop eating it. The flavor is on point and the nutrition profile is perfect. Just order it, you'll thank me later, bro. That's a lot. That's 3 pounds of this stew. I have to try this batch. It's probably really, really good. We critiqued the recipe a little bit and everything should be on point. 5-star review for the grass-fed ground beef. Amazing as always. The best ground beef I've ever had, hands down. Frank has not only the highest quality products, but the most unique as well. All of his bars, his prepared foods are 10 out of 10. Taste amazing and nothing comes close. Yeah, so right now we have the fresh local ground beef, which is like, it's $12 for a 1.2 pound package. And then we also have a more affordable 85-15 organic, which is only $7.50 a pound. Plus the discount you guys are paying, it's so cheap. I might be breaking even on it, but I got a deal price from the distributor. Hopefully I'm not losing money. Then we got a 5-star review for the organic quinoa crisp. We're sold out of this, actually. Dangerously delicious. No joke, ate 10 of these in one sitting. They're so delicious. What are you guys, freaking Brendan Fraser in that movie? Dude, that's the funniest scene. He gets up out of the chair. I laugh so hard every time I see that scene, dude. But dude, how do you eat 10 of those quinoa crisp bars? They're so dense. The flavor is something I've never tasted before. It's so unique. I think everyone should at least try one. Once you try it, you'll never go back. I take a lot of pride in the health and nutrition.
Dickhead donated $2. Let me see.
Polyester can literally reduce your sperm count such that you can't even conceive kids. If you're wearing underwear, check the label. Is it cotton or is it polyester? If your phone is in your pocket radiating, you want to keep it on airplane as much as possible.
Here we fucking go. So yeah, excessive heat can reduce sperm count and sperm motility. Your cell phone does not reduce sperm count. The only way your cell phone can reduce sperm count is if it's generating a lot of heat very close to your testicles. Cell phone radiation does not affect sperm count or sperm motility. It literally can't. Cellular radiation is not ionizing, and it also... cellular devices are regulated, so they cannot put out enough energy to raise the temperature of water. So they don't emit enough heat energy through the actual EMF, like the radio waves alone, to where they can affect sperm. This guy's a fucking moron. The only research on cell phones affecting sperm count that shows cell phones actually affect sperm count is with regards to heat generated from the battery. So people who have weird fucking pants where somehow the pockets aren't on the side, but they're like right next to your balls, and they have like a million programs or something running in the background where the battery is generating heat, that can affect sperm count, but like that's a weird situation. Nobody has that problem.
You want to get lean, healthy, and strong. Wear cotton underwear, sleep naked, keep your phone away from your nuts as much as possible. And if you just do mostly those things and eat a healthy diet, then most men should be able to get fertility.
Most men do not have to do these things to actually be fertile. It's only if you have fertility issues do you want to consider wearing cooler underwear and shit like that. Most men produce more than enough sperm.
It's a really, really good spot.
Yeah, dude. First thing I'm doing when I get home is ordering cotton underwear.
The polyester.
Yeah, Greg is an idiot. Thanks for the donation though, dickhead. Big Black Cock donated $2. Hey dude, I'm 19 and fuck my girlfriend extra hard with Blue Chew Virgin Viagra pills. Is that healthy long term? They have...
Blue Chew is very bad.
No health effects long term. It only increases nitrogen content in your blood and makes your blood vessels expand.
Side effects. If you didn't know, Blue Chew is a popular male enhancement. I've done several videos on that. If you want something that works, subscribe to my channel. I'm gonna let you know what's safe to take and something that will actually give you results. Blue Chew does not work at all. Blue Chew has very bad side effects. If you didn't know, Blue Chew.
Yeah, the only side effects of something like Blue Chew, like Viagra, is going to be like headaches. Some people experience headaches from it. Think in some severe cases you might have like blurry vision or something. And you can have erections that are extremely prolonged, which can be dangerous, but like those are the only side effects. This guy's probably just trying to sell something. Let me see.
Dr. Saladino, when you're recommending this diet, what risks do you discuss?
Yeah, this is an old clip. I don't know why you sent me this. We've seen this before. Thanks for the donation, Big Black Cock.
Nutrition bars I've made and the cookie bars, because there's nothing else really like them on the market. It's also why we were plagiarized and copied on the best bar, which is a whole other headache that I'm not getting into today. 5-star review for chocolate chip granola bar. We're sold out of these too. I don't know why I'm reading these reviews. You'll never go back. Frank does it again. This bar blasted my expectations out of the water. As soon as I took a bite, I couldn't stop. I had to finish the whole thing. The texture and flavor is legit 10 out of 10. You will not regret ordering this bar. Yeah, something special happens when you combine genuinely high quality ingredients. So no one else is really doing that. 5-star review for organic sourdough starter. Perfect. Already made 3 loaves with this starter. We'll continue to use it for months to come. So easy to feed and maintain. Made the
Done. Brandon strikes again. Also, check out Trump's reaction to being disqualified in Colorado. Lol.
Let me take a look. Tapper, if you were to open Mein Kampf, you would find Hitler talking about German blood being poisoned by non-German blood. Donald Trump claims immigrants are poisoning blood. Okay, I've already seen that. That's just Biden sharing that news. Trump campaign statement on the Colorado Supreme Court ruling. Unsurprisingly, the all-Democrat appointed Colorado Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump supporting a Soros-funded left-wing group scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden by removing President Trump's name from the ballot and eliminating the rights of Colorado voters to vote for the candidate of their choice. A lot of buzzwords he likes to use. Democrat Party leaders are in a state of paranoia over the growing dominant lead President Trump has amassed in the polls. They have lost faith in the failed Biden presidency and are now doing everything they can to stop the American voters from throwing them out of office next November. Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. Yeah, I don't know what SCOTUS is really going to do. They are very right-wing and very corrupt, but I don't know if they actually like Donald Trump, so they may see Donald Trump as a threat to themselves, so they might actually rule in favor of the Colorado decision. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Fuck the UK, don't need tellers. Fuck the UK, cringe doctor. Fuck the UK. Also, Red Bar set up and owned Cobra Tate before he was famous. Let me take a look.
I'm at Dell Children's Hospital in Austin, Texas. We're gonna see what they serve in the cafeteria. Pretty sure they don't care what they feed kids either. We got French fries and chicken tenders, banana cake with 409 calories, Reese's peanut butter cups, Flamin' Hot Cheetos. We should treat our children better.
You just watched one of the worst videos of 2022. The absolute last thing a parent cares about when their child is sick or facing a terminal illness is their calorie count, whether the food is processed or whether there's any artificial sweetener in their drink. The cafeteria in a children's hospital isn't usually for the kids. Some get fed through a drip, some get fed through a tube in their nose or in their stomach. Pediatric patients often have specific menus and prescribed diets for their nutritional requirements and medical conditions, inflammatory bowel disease, post-surgery, cancer. Children tend not to enjoy ox testicles. Well done on getting through your 6-hour surgery, Henry. Here's some bone broth and cow intestines.
Yeah, for real. Fucking Paul Saladino's such a dipshit.
Here, we're such big fans of yours. Now, I don't know if you heard anything.
Okay, we'll watch some of Red Bar's videos. There's a few that we gotta watch. Probably watch this one first. Thanks for the donation, fuck the UK. Kid Boo donated $2, skip to 540. Let me see. Tommy Sotomayor. Alright, let's see.
So it's a bunch of fights, and the host is fighting people. This is called baddies. In the DMV, look at them. Look at them. Ain't a bitch out there without weave.
On the search for our next set of baddies to claim their spot on season 4.
You gotta get it how you live, right? I mean, let's be real. Who's not gonna watch that show? I mean, the men are gonna watch it because we just...
Yeah, Tommy fucking hates black women. He's pretty fucking racist and sexist. Thanks for that donation though, Kid Boo.
The best tasting sourdough I've ever had. We still have the only organic sourdough made with glass bottle mineral water packaged in glass online. So it's the only high quality sourdough
Yeah, that's because nobody's retarded enough to bother to do that.
sourdough that you should be buying, but then you'll never have to buy one again. So I guess maybe that's why I'm not selling too many. 5-star review for the organic Jardiniera lacto fermented. Have not had anything like it. The best fermented product I've had other than the pickle juices in. Speaking of which, the pickles should be ready this week. We should have our pickles back in stock this week. We still have a very small amount of the sauerkraut and Jardiniera left.
Should do a Red Bar marathon next stream. Maybe I'll react to more of his videos if I like his shit.
But you guys bought the pickles really fast, so we're gonna make those first. Maybe we'll make the Jardiniera again. I'm not really sure. Again, that's another thing we have to find time to do. But that was a very, very special product. I picked out all the organic ingredients myself. I made it myself. It's very, very special, high quality product. I'm sure no one's ever made anything even close to that. 5-star review for the pasture-raised duck eggs. Love my duck eggs. The duck eggs are amazing. We'll purchase over and over. Thank you for making available online. We should also have the actual duck meat soon, which I'll talk about later. Oh, we have stuff to show you guys. Oh wait, no, I keep saying this stuff, but you guys are gonna see, I keep saying I'm gonna show you guys this stuff, but the reviews I'm actually putting after we take you guys around, so scratch that, you saw it already. You saw the duck meat already. A 5-star review for the product organic artichokes. This adds a great flavor to Frankie's bean dip, something from Tunisia. 4 1-pound chuck steaks and for the
reviews.
Oh, this was funny. Someone emailed me complaining the bacon is greasy. First of all, our bacon is actually more protein and less fat than most other bacons. And dude, we have some chicken breast, dude. We have chicken. You want some chicken breast in your next order? I'll send you some chicken breast for free. But if you send me an email complaining that the bacon is greasy, oh, he did buy chicken breast on the order. Never heard in my life. Like, I'm gonna have a stroke, dude. So that's gonna be it for the vlog this week, guys. If you're seeing this, you want to place an order, just do it immediately on the meat website. We're gonna send everything out and try to get it to you before the Christmas weekend if you want something like prime rib holiday roast. But as always, thank you guys so much for the continued support. And you guys can see I'm really working hard. I'm basically killing myself every day, trying to do new products every week to get you guys really, really high quality stuff and to keep it affordable. So, you know, with the continued support, I'm gonna do even. I promise you guys, I'm gonna do better. Like we're selling Iberico pork now; it's so expensive. Hopefully, we can really get our own pork supply in the near future and get you guys really affordable, just as high quality pork. Same with the chicken. Still a lot of things I haven't done yet that I'd like to do. I don't know if I'm gonna make it there. I might have to take a permanent vacation to Italy because I think I've lost any brain cells I have left so far. But we'll keep it going a little longer, guys. We'll keep it going a little longer. But no, there's a lot of exciting stuff that I'm looking forward to doing, and as I've said already, really high quality, special, tasty, delicious products that are healthy for you and also making it accessible to most people. Yeah, I'll stop rambling. I don't want this video to be too long. I'll see you guys next week. We're probably going to be posting a lot of shorts.
He titled this section of the video, "Please help fund Frank's revision surgery." Yeah, I don't know. He looks botched to me. I know he's still healing from the surgery, but it looks fucking botched. All right, let's see this.
During our Skype call or our live feed here, this was a giant misunderstanding, I think we're screwed up here. Yeah, you know what? We have been following this Mikhaila Peterson for quite some time. We saw that you had something to do with it, and I went off in that video, the one that you watched today, and a bunch of people, they kind of course corrected me because they go, dude, you're usually always right here, but you're wrong about Andrew Tate. He's not like what you think. It's not like a scam. He's actually, there's a lot of people that are onto this stuff and they actually like it. It works. So my apologies there for that miscommunication. And hopefully you could give me a fresh start here. We could start over.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. The internet's crazy. I mean, yeah. I was live on YouTube and someone said, hey, this radio station are calling you a dickhead. And I was like, oh, well, that's you. That's how it normally goes.
Typical.
That's what normally happens.
Yeah, because it happens to me all the time, too. They think they know me because I sound like something that reminds them of something they hate. And then they go off on me, but they're really going off on like a version of me that they think they know. So I could totally, and I'm sorry. I apologize for what I did.
You know what? I'm very much a proponent of, if you're going to be on the internet, you have to be thick-skinned.
Exactly.
I don't believe in cyberbullying as such. I'm very, very prepared for people to say all kinds of horrible things about me, and I'm prepared for it. Yeah. And I don't take it personally, and I think that's the only way to healthily approach the internet. I think doing any other way is
amen to that. So what we're interested in here, though, is because obviously you just had this meetup with Mikhaila Peterson in Romania. She actually flew to see you.
She was in Romania anyway.
Okay.
I can't. I'm not going to give away too much of Mikhaila Peterson's business. I know.
No, of course not. No. But how did you guys meet? Because it's such an unlikely duo.
Is it?
I think so. I mean,
everyone just kind of knows each other nowadays.
Yeah, dude. Mikhaila Peterson meeting up with Andrew Tate was fishy as fuck. I think something was going on.
We live in one big neighborhood, the internet, blah, blah.
Well, you were, isn't it? Just so people know about your background, you were a former MMA fighter, is that right?
I was 4-time kickboxing world champion.
Kickboxing, there we go.
And
I just started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I just started myself. I'm really into it right now. It's really taking the world by storm right now. So very cool to talk to somebody who knows that world.
Yeah, it's a difficult way to make a living, but I did it for a very long time. And then I retired from fighting professionally, and I ran a webcam studio. So I was
a webcam studio. What kind of thing was that? What's that?
I wouldn't call myself a pornographer because it's not really porn. But like the girls who sit on the internet and sit and talk to the guys.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, well, I had a studio. I had about 75 girls working for me.
75?
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. So you're like ranking it in.
Well, I was for a while. I mean, when I fought, I made money, but I became a millionaire from webcam.
So. That's what, okay, because I was just going to ask you, what was it that got you started on the whole, because you see the videos, and at first, again, I thought they were silly, but then I see your live stream, you're not faking it. I mean, obviously, you've got the fucking money. Here you are in your house. You've got guys working for you. You got assistants walking back and forth across the screen. You're not making this shit up.
you know?
Well, yeah, I like to call myself the most legitimate guy on the internet, because I know the internet's full of scams and, like, you know, people rent a Lambo and they say things that aren't true. But my story is pretty legitimate. I mean, and it's all verifiable via Google. You can see I was a fighter, and then the webcam thing, et cetera, and I've kind of ended up here. And then the courses, I put the course business together, teaching people things, because it was just questions I kept getting asked over and over again.
Yeah.
So I thought, hey, well, there might be a service here, and then I put them out, and it is what it is. And I was talking shit on YouTube. Fast forward, here I am.
Yeah, and the controversy probably gets more people to pay attention to it in the first place, and have them sign up and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I like controversy. I think there's no such thing as negative press. So, I'm very prepared for the lion's den.
Well, the lion's lair, yeah, very good. So Mikhaila comes to Romania, and why does she meet with you? What's going on with you and Mikhaila?
Nothing's going on as such. She's in Romania anyway. She had some business in Romania, and when people come to Romania, I'm probably the only Westerner on the internet that they know. I think if anyone came to Romania, they'd probably think, Tate lives here. This is a strange place to be.
How did she know about you, though? How did she know who you were?
That's just the world. We live in one big neighborhood, bro. People know each other.
You're right.
People know each other.
So she comes to you. Now, did she have this idea for the Lion's Lair group before she met you, or did you guys kind of work on that together?
That's nothing to do with me. That was all her idea.
So she comes to you, but does she ask for advice on, like, how to make a site that, you know, is enticing, that gets people?
Nope. Nothing to do with me.
You didn't have any conversation.
I know you guys are hoping for some big conspiracy story, but really there isn't one. She was here for a couple days.
Well,
we had dinner, and that was it.
So what we're confused about is we have that picture of you two, and that picture is saying a lot of stuff. You know, there were a lot of people going, dude, they fucked. They fucked. She went to Romania to fuck this dude. You could see it. Her hair's all messed up. They fucked, man. They fucked. And I said, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine a female in my company without, you know, wanting Big Daddy Tate.
Let me ask you this. How did she look in person? Would you have, you know, fucked her if the opportunity came up?
She's a very attractive young lady, but we are purely platonically friends, and I put the picture up knowing it would send everyone a bit crazy.
Yeah, and it did. It did. Now, how does she rate compared to the girls that you usually roll with out of 10?
No, Mikhaila's a very pretty person. She's a very pretty lady, but I'm not. We don't have that kind of relationship. It was not like that at all. She just came to Romania, said, I'm in Romania. This is so random. And I said, where are you? Bucharest, the capital. And we had dinner.
Nice. And you went to the cigar lounge, the now famous cigar lounge where the picture was taken. You're in that outside but fenced in patio area. You're smoking cigars. Now, did Mikhaila smoke a cigar with you? A little cigar?
Did Mikhaila smoke a cigar? I think she tried. I don't think she liked it.
She tried it. Now, doesn't that go against her carnivore diet there? Taking some of the...
Hey, I'm not the expert on the carnivore diet.
Of course. Listen, and I don't want to...
I am a proponent of eating meat. I do agree with a lot she says. I do think that...
Whoa. Check out this fucked up news coming out of St. Louis, Missouri. It involves two owners of an LGBTQIA+ friendly bar and police crash which led to an arrest.
Let me take a look.
I'm just giving you a moment to absorb that headline.
Police crash into LGBTQ bar and arrest its owner. What?
St. Louis police crash into LGBTQ bar and arrest its owner. Last night, around 12:30 a.m., a St. Louis police cruiser smashed into the front window of an LGBTQ bar, but it was the bar's co-owner who wound up getting arrested and is currently being held at Central Booking. There were several police officers that jumped him, said James Pence, who co-owns Bar PM with Chadwick, who is currently in police custody. So Pence, the co-owner who wasn't arrested, he lives above the bar. He said he was getting ready for bed. There were other people closing up the bar. He said suddenly he felt the whole building shake and ran downstairs. He came down to find a police SUV in his building and an officer demanding to see his identification. What? Pence says he replied, "No, you don't. That's a police cruiser in my building. You don't need to see my ID. This is not how this works. Pence says he was spun around and placed in handcuffs. There is no crime that has happened. Police crashed into his business, and there are people in the business. And the cop's like, yo, who are you? Identify yourselves. What the fuck? And what terrible crime did the other co-owner commit that he was arrested and taken away? Well, according to Pence, the co-owner Rick was taking videos and photos of the police vehicle when, according to Pence, 3 of them officers went for him. He raised his arm, and they said that he hit them. And while Pence was let out of cuffs, Wick was taken away. Pence spent the next morning cleaning up, but also calling around for hours trying to even find his partner. Couldn't find him. Finally found him at Central Booking. And of course, in the light of a new day, cooler heads prevail. You figure police are like, hey, listen, we all made mistakes. We're gonna send you on your way. We're gonna figure this all out. That's what happened, right? No! They charged him with felony assault on an officer. A police cruiser crashed into their business at almost 1 a.m. The police immediately...
Well, that's the police for you. They fuck up and you pay for it. Holy fuck, dude. This is why people don't respect the police. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
Meat. I do think that the more...
Breaking news.
Let me see.
News! The Colorado Supreme Court have kicked Donald Trump off of the presidential ballot, ruling that the former president is prohibited on constitutional grounds. The first of its kind ruling stems from Section 3 in the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that states, "No person shall hold any office, civil or military, under the United States, who, having previously taken an oath as an officer of the United States to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same." Many critics of the decision have stated that the president is not considered an officer, so this provision doesn't apply. Breaking!
Yeah, I've already heard about this. Hopefully that ruling sticks and it doesn't get reversed and the Supreme Court upholds it. Thanks for the donation, though. Finn can come in.
The more meat you eat, the better. Yeah. I don't know if I'd go as far as being pure carnivore, but certainly the souls of dead animals power me.
I could agree with you on that. It's really all that I eat. Back to rating her, I'd give her a 4.2 out of 10 as far as looks.
You're a very cruel man.
That's not cruel. That's very high for her, I would say. She's a regular person, She's not...
Show me a 10. Can you do this with your tech? Can you get a picture on the screen? Show me who you would judge as a 10.
I have never given that number out to a female yet. On Instagram, there are things that come close to 8s. 8s are about the highest I've seen with the naked eye. I haven't seen a 10 yet. Okay.
So you're a harsh clinic. You're
I don't think it's harsh. I think it's very fair. We're living in reality here.
Instagram's all fake. This is the thing with Instagram. I think Instagram really, if you're going to talk about one thing that has affected and changed the modern world in the most different ways, I think Instagram is one of them. I think Instagram has genuinely shaped the entire world. It's changed how people view beauty. It's changed how people interact with each other. It's changed how people attend events. I think Instagram has changed the entire planet. So I know where you're coming from, because before Instagram, I never saw a woman who looked like these pictures, but then you scroll up and down your feed and you're like, where the fuck? It's crazy, but they can't look that way. Surely it's all fake.
So Mikhaila comes by, she tries the cigar. Now, was that picture taken right after she got off the flight?
Mikhaila.
Well, I mean, this is our top story here. We don't know about you yet. I want to know a little bit about the visit. And then, like I said...
There's nothing to say, friend. I've told you all there is to say.
She gets off the plane. It looked like she was wearing her bag from the flight when she got in.
No, I have no idea.
Maybe. You have no idea if she got off the plane. She was telling you, how long did you guys hang out? You're starting to lose interest. Don't lose interest on me. I have a point, I promise.
Oh, there's a point. Okay.
There is a point. Don't worry. I'm not... you got to trust me here.
Okay, I'm
How long did you hang out with her for?
In total, across 2 meetings, maybe 45 minutes.
2 meetings. And would you say she's desirable?
I'm sure. Well, she has a child and she has a husband, I think. So obviously she is desirable.
So
to
a
some
little
people.
yucky though to you though. You don't want that stuff. The scar.
I wouldn't say that. I know what you're trying to do. You can't put words in my mouth.
No. I swear to you, I'm not trying to do that. I'm telling you my words. My words are: she's got a big scar on her leg. That's yucky. Her hair is yucky. Her lips are a little weird, and she's got that kid came out. You don't know what's down there. You got that mound. She's a little yucky, and to see her with a guy like you, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but a couple of people are saying they were surprised to see you with somebody so standard on the scale.
Well, obviously, everyone knows Tate, has high standards. I'm Andrew Tate, of course, but I can be friends with anyone I like. We met and we had a dinner. That was it.
So if you look at the terms of service on her website, it says all payment processing goes through Romania, your territory.
That's interesting.
So what's that about? Did she mention why she's in Romania, what she's doing there?
Nope.
Trump 2024 my niggas. If you don't vote Trump you ain't black. Don't be a white racist and vote for Donald J. Trump. Do the right thing. Don't be a faggot. Free Trump and suck my dick now. Oh, I made a poopy. Bye nigga. Put a T in chat if you're for Trump.
I don't think anybody should vote for Trump regardless of their skin color, but thanks for that donation, Joe Biden.
Now, I saw a look in your eye when I told you about the payment processing coming through Romania. That did interest you. That got your gears going a little bit.
Hey, well, I'm interested in money. Who isn't?
Yeah.
But there's a lot. Romania is one of those countries that people have the wrong impression about. People assume it's like a third world shithole, and actually, you'll probably find that the majority of online casinos, shitloads of Bitcoin mines. Like there's a lot of tech that happens here. They've got the third fastest internet in the world. I'm not surprised that it's going through Romania. Lots of things go through Romania.
So there's a lot of reasons for it. Now, why did you move to Romania? You're from Chicago. I'm in Chicago right now. This is where I'm from.
Because America is a failed society.
Wow. Okay.
America has failed. If you can marry a woman and she can divorce you, take all of your money, take your children, and decide to turn your son into a girl and force hormones on him at 5 years or 8 years old, whatever. That's a failed society.
Well,
if you can't go to a cash point at 2 a.m. without the risk of someone shooting you in the head, that's a failed society. If you have to worry about the police blowing your brains out when you get your wallet out of your pocket, it's a failed society. There's so many downsides to America. And when people talk about the pros, they talk about garbage like freedom. There's no freedom in America. You have to be careful what you say, where you go, what you do.
You're starting to go dark here. You're starting to go
places.
down that dark path again. I didn't mean to trigger anything here. What happened in America that you fled to Romania? What happened there? Because it seems like there was an incident.
No. I grew up in America, then I moved to London. I lived in London. London is also a failed society. And I decided to try and find somewhere which is safe, with genuine freedom, which is not a complete, has a happy medium between non-regulated and non-controlled, but also a very safe place that isn't a completely third world. And I stumbled on Bucharest, Romania. I happen to like it here very much. But there was no incident in London or America. I just don't see the appeal to living in a country with those kind of constrictions.
So you did not flee. You were not chased out. This was a decision you made based on, this is going to be a better life for me. Romania's got it set up more according to how I like things.
Well, yeah, I'm back in America next week. I can go as I please. I come and go as I please, but I do not see any significant advantage to basing my life in a Western country. And that's just because the way the West is going politically, especially liberally. I don't know anything about this radio show. I don't know if you guys are like liberal. I don't know if you're left or right.
This is a non-political show. We have no interest in that. Is peasant stuff. That is
it is, because all in all, it doesn't matter who you vote for, your life's the same. But my view on the way the West is going and the things that are happening, I just don't see any advantage to being there. I don't see any net positive to living in a Western country.
Do they allow free speech in Romania, where you are?
Yeah, absolutely.
Complete free speech.
And I can go to any cash point at 3 a.m. and I can get out money and I can count it 5 times in a row and no one's going to hassle me.
Yeah. We were actually just talking yesterday, where would we go if we had to flee America? And we really had no idea. This Romania sounds a little interesting to me now.
Well, it's a unique choice. I mean, it's not for everyone. but it's Dracula's from here. It's kind of cool. It's kind of creepy. It's a kind of cool place. It's not that different. They got Starbucks and Lamborghinis and all the other shit you have in the West.
So
but it's just all in all, it's a better vibe for me personally.
So going back, and this is going to be my last question about Mikhaila. You have nothing to do with the website. You're not associated with it at all. You just met up as friends, talked for 45 minutes. You have no hand in this website. It cannot be traced back to you.
None. If you find a link, good luck.
When you saw her, you know these websites. You're the master at this stuff. When you saw that she was charging $599 a month, do you think that's a fair price? Did you think she went a little high with that?
I don't know how much she's charging. If that's what she's charging, I think that, free market capitalism will decide if it's a fair price or not. That's what free market capitalism does.
Well,
So
only
it's not
20
to me or
people.
her.
Only 20 people have joined, and it's been almost a month now. Would you say that's a success or a failure?
Depends what her goals are. Maybe her goals aren't money. Maybe her goals are having 20 dedicated people who are really fans of the Lion Diet, and if that's her objective, she's completed it flawlessly. So it all depends on.
So that's
the
all I
metrics she
could get
plays.
out of you about Mikhaila.
Afraid so, friend.
Okay.
Afraid so.
So I want to let you know everything I was saying was a setup. I was kidding. We do not like you at all. Obviously, you're a goof. However, I will say this. Your eyes, looking at the man in the eye right now,
they're alluring.
you actually, because,
I can
this is
see
all a
why
gag.
people fall
Obviously,
for
you're a
you.
fool. You're a joke. Okay, we are all laughing at you. We're going to be making fun of you for years to come. But I'm looking at your eyes. You actually seem like a very sweet young boy, almost, in your eyes. You're not a scary scam artist. Gotta look at your eyes. You almost look like you're going to cry.
How old would you say I was when you say young boy? Do I look
27.
No, I'm older than that. But
Well.
that's good. It's good that I look youthful.
So we saw you do a spin. You don't have to worry about us. Listen, we're after Mikhaila. We're not after you, okay?
Hey, I'm not worried about you, even if you are
Oh my god, he's so mad.
after me, friend. I mean,
Oh,
I've
of
had
course.
much bigger platforms than you come for me, and it's
Oh, of
resulted
course.
in nothing but positive,
Of course.
So
Sit
there's no
up,
fear.
sit up, clean your room, and fuck off, faggot! Goodbye!
Oh, Jesus. That was good. That was a good one. Oh my god. All right, let's see this one.
Here, Kevin Hart was on JRE, and boy, did he swindle people just like last time. Remember, all of a sudden, Kevin Hart is a positive, inspiring role model. He's just like Jocko Willings. Isn't this funny that our biggest role models right now, Jocko Willings, Kevin Hart, Joe Rogan, idiots are inspired by these people. Jocko and Kevin are even a little bit worse.
Look at these hecking catos, you son of a bitch.
I shall look at these catos. Oh my god. Wow, that's a good cat. Oh my god. Wow, that's a good meow. Whoa. Oh my god.
Can you name some countries in Europe you would enjoy like to live in?
Well, I'd probably enjoy living in the Netherlands, and Belgium. I actually lived in Belgium for 3 months. Belgium's pretty cool. I like it. I lived in Antwerp. Antwerp is pretty nice. There's good food there. There's really good city planning. The weather isn't too bad. When I was living there, it didn't rain too often, and it was usually pretty nice weather and warm. So, and rent's pretty cheap too. So, I know I'd enjoy living in Belgium because I have lived there. I would also, again, probably enjoy living in the Netherlands. I think I'd also like Switzerland as well. Switzerland looks really nice. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it. And those are some nice heckin' catos. Thanks for the donation, Oat Goat. The only path to intelligence. I think Tate is full of shit. Strikes me like a guy that would go to a sanctuary for one day and change his macho carnivore bullshit. What do you think? Also, react. He's person. I don't know. Tate's kind of a piece of shit. I don't think he really cares about animals so much. Wow. Oh my god, he is a person. Oh my god. It's a nice bear. Oh my god. Look at that little guy. Why don't they stay like this? Imagine if bears stayed like this. That'd be amazing. Oh my god, he's so little. What a baby. It's funny how they get so huge. Whoa. Jesus, bears are like people. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Of course, but you know what Jocko, Kevin, and Rogan all have in common? They're both they're all three 5'3".
Wow.
I wonder why these are allowed to inspire us. Now, this is so weird. I don't get inspired from You're a little fucking guy. I gotta show you this with Kevin Hart. J-R-E with Kevin Hart. This is so disgusting. Let's just go to the beginning here. I go on stage. Ooh, he's already talking. For those of you who don't know, I can't stand Kevin Hart. I find him to be a liar, a cheat, a faker, a phony, pathetic, and very cheap. I use this to describe people in entertainment that just come off to me. Wait, shut the fuck up. That come off as cheap. The dummy Joe Rogan, along with, I would say, 98% of people who watch this are completely fooled by this fly-by-night salesman, Kevin Hart. Listen to this.
You come in here moving and shaking, man. You come in here making deals. You're on the phone already.
Gotta do it, Joe.
You're always moving.
I mean, is there anything else to do? No, especially not now, man. Hunters hunt.
Yes.
Those that don't get ate.
The last time you were here, man, that was one of the most inspirational podcasts I've ever done.
Wow.
I left that. I literally had a shift in the way I was looking at things.
We covered that podcast last time saying, this ain't inspirational. It's a bunch of bullshit analogies used to sell vitamins. Now, listen to this.
Like, you put an extra gear in my step that day. I was like, oh, I love being around people like you.
My guy.
People around you, people like you, you're going for shit all the time, and it's infectious. It's like you give off energy.
No,
and when people
not
are
to
around
me.
you, they want to get shit done too. They
It's
want to
contagious.
hustle. Yes,
it's contagious.
Yes.
So I wrote this. Here's my little comment. Look at this. I can't believe people fall for this fake motivational nonsense. Kevin is only interested in making money, and right now, positivity sells. All I see is a man struggling with extreme guilt. Look, I got one guy going, I agree. A guy who preaches about honoring people like Bezos is motivated by greed. And then another guy goes, projection. Okay. One agreeance, one guy hated. But no, Kevin Hart runs a vitamin company. Kevin Hart does a lot of things where positivity is the sales pitch. He's coming on the Joe Rogan Experience to do his commercial. And just like Jocko Willink, his commercial is all of these very cheap, basic, they've been around forever, boring analogies about working hard and getting off your ass and doing this and collecting money. And everybody is acting like this is the first time they've heard this information. I mean, really basic stuff. Like, you just got to keep going. You just got to keep grinding. Do you think a millionaire got rich by just trying once and then giving up? Oh, you got to go at... This is like what he's saying, and people are blown away. This has me disturbed. I mean, it's even blowing away Joe. Kevin Hart is for sure 100% lying to you. He has no interest in this. Everybody's doing this. I mean, we're even watching Logan Paul and all these people. Positivity sells. If you're, I mean, I could probably even do it tomorrow, even though I've had this terrible track record of not being positive. If tomorrow I came out and just started doing a positivity spiel, people are attracted to this. Like, there's this weird hypnosis that's going on, where if you pretend to be positive, people will buy your products. It's working with Jocko Willings. All Jocko does is rehash old slogans that your teacher told you in 4th grade, I hope.
Reload. Recalibrate. Re-engage.
And you're buying his power drinks? You're buying all of his stuff?
His new Audible audiobook about grinding.
Yeah. Let's go to 5 minutes in. What do we got here? JP Morgan Chase. What's this about?
Oh, I was just trying to find the parts where he shilled a product.
Oh, okay, good. Nobody is any the wiser to this. It couldn't be. When I watch this, it's like full-on blatant scheme. And everyone else watching this is like...
I don't know how anyone could see it as anything.
You can do it, Ron. Also, you Rollin?
Let me see.
You are normal. You are not weird. You are 5'11". Your suit is soft, and your shoes are grown-up big boy shoes. That's it. Pretend you're listening to music, human music. Good. Check the phone. Normal style. Activate conversation mode. Hello, you're busy. Okay, love you. Bye. F***ity fuck. Come on, Ron. Be normal. You are not a bobblehead with a dry mouth. You are a big boy with a wet mouth. Activate head turn. Activate toothless smile. Good. Very good. Activate hand gesture. Good. That's better. Remember, you are a Ron DeSantis. You aren't just normal. You're also totally not weird.
That's a good one. Holy shit. Let's see. Ah, shit, that's so sick. Yeah, I've seen that Akira bike before. Yeah, that thing is so cool. I've wanted to get a Honda NM4 for a while. The Honda NM4 is basically designed after the bike from Akira. This is a pretty cool bike. It's weird. It's not the most practical motorcycle, even though it's a cruiser. It has very little storage, and it's not exactly practical, but it's a sick bike. I'd like to get one of these bikes just because, it's like the Akira bike, basically. But yeah, if you're ever interested in having a bike like Akira, this is the closest you can get. But yeah, that's a sick bike. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
I mean, there are people who are like, a few people have seen what I've seen, and then there are people like, how could somebody watch something this positive and have anything negative to say about it? I look at it completely the opposite. Like, this to me is like an alarming salesman liar. Let's see what happens.
Like, sort of reciting things that they think are going to work.
That they think
Yeah.
you want to hear.
But they haven't done anything. But someone who's done something, when you say it...
Oh, by the way, the other thing, and I hope you tried to watch this episode. I know we got a lot of JRE runners who listen to this show. Did you try to watch this? Were you able to even listen to this crap? It's a man talking in salesman tone for 2 straight hours, and Joe just lets him sell for 2 straight. This would be like this episode to me was like going to a mattress store and having the salesman run up to me and start yapping. Do you also believe everything that the people at the store tell you? When you walk into a clothing store and the girl goes, "Ooh, girl, I love those shoes. Can I help you?" Do you?
And over $20, my thoughts exactly about 2024. Let me see.
Isn't this antique darling? It's handcrafted and almost 100 years old.
That's not funny, but thanks for the donation, Ben.
Think she's serious? Do you know she's telling everyone a thing like that? They had a morning meeting. They say, compliment the customer. You'll make them all and then sell them. It's how do you guys not know this by now? You're just
crazy.
And by the way, that should be illegal. So there are people who literally, they walk in, they get all blood. Ooh, she likes my shoes. Ooh, I can trust her. That's what Kevin Hart is doing to you, and you're all falling for it. When I watch this, again, it's like being ambushed by a salesman. I had to turn this fucking thing off.
People are gonna listen. They're gonna go, oh, and you're so honest about everything, which is that's
He's
everything
honest.
to people, because when you're pure, when your words are pure, people
And Joe Rogan is falling for this hook, line, and sinker. He goes, "You're like the most honest person I know, and your words are so pure." They're not his words; they're lies. And again, I'm watching even people like Joe Rogan. If all that comes out of your mouth is positive, they just take it at face value. They have like no suspicions. It's so weird. So like, if you just meet someone and you're just like, I just want to help people. I love people. I want to motivate people. People are like, he's great. Yeah, he's just saying these things though. Like, where's the evidence of him doing any of this? It's a lie to think he's great. And then it makes it extra hard. So it's like, no wonder everyone's doing this. Haven't you watched like the whole world all of a sudden turn kind? And you're going, why aren't they being themselves? Yourself doesn't sell anymore. Being a dick, no. They've totally figured this out. And I don't even know if it's conscious to them, but everyone's doing this. Not even people that are on TV, just regular people in real life. They're finding out that if you pretend you're nice and kind and you love everyone and you're so,
Yeah, that's why I hate Pokemon. People like that disgust me when they just pretend to be nice and act PG all the time.
Caring.
Plus, there's evidence of Kevin Hart lying multiple times.
Cheating on his wife and all this shit.
He fled the scene of his car
Yeah,
accident.
he fled the scene of his car crash that just happened. No one's talking about that.
That's funny.
Listen, again, the people realized, wow, there's currency in saying this, and people take it at face value. They don't even question you. All you got to do is just say like the basic kind shit whenever you're around people, and people are like, he is so amazing, and not like they just fall for it immediately. So yeah, everyone's doing this, and then this Spotify junkie, this bald ape kettlebell is just sitting here going, I've never heard anyone so honest and pure. Listen to this.
Right in. They come right in. There's no like, oh, this guy's kind of fucking selling me something. Oh, this guy's
not
kind of
selling
full of
shit.
shit. Yeah.
Oh my God, wait, we got some breaking news here. Wait, you got to hear this part earlier. Joe Rogan goes, I love that you're so pure and honest. And, this is like crazy depending on this man. Speaking of 3 million people, he knows that he's there to sell the book.
On the world.
And the people I care about.
Making an impact to me is seeing the future and wanting to
make on there, and because he didn't discuss it with Joe, okay,
this one was kind of boring. Let's see.
And welcome to a new episode of Muslims of TikTok. Today we're responding to Zishan Ali, aka Smile to Jannah. Zishan tries hard to put forward this image as a friendly guy who wants to make the world better, but as we go through his videos and break down his arguments, we'll see how even salt can look like sugar. So how about we begin with Zishan's video on if Islam is about control.
You said at the beginning that sometimes religion can be seen as a form of control, but with Islam it's the exact opposite. The only thing Islam tells you and I to control is our desires. It doesn't tell us to control each other. I may have the desire to force this or harm you or do this. Islam says, no, you can't do that.
Well, that would all be a great message, if Islam actually said that. In reality, though, the Quran says over and over again to fight those who don't believe in Allah, until they pay the tax and submit to Islam. And this fighting is not optional, by the way. Chapter 2, verse 216 makes it clear that it's a requirement. If those verses don't make it obvious enough that you are allowed to harm people, Chapter 24, verse 2 says people who have sex out of wedlock should be lashed 100 times. And Chapter 5, verse 38 says to cut off the hands of thieves. Zishan won't mention these verses when talking to a potential convert, but when speaking directly to his followers, he admits he wants to control people. After the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini by the theocratic Iranian government, Iranian women were protesting by burning their hijabs. And this display of freedom angered Zishan enough to make a video defending Islamic law.
When it comes to secular law, you know, the law that we follow in the United Kingdom, what happens when you go against it? Well, there's a consequence. There's a punishment. There is no option. If you cross a red light, if you walk around naked, that's it. There's a consequence. But when it comes to Islamic law, not secular law, Islamic law.
No, that needs to be optional. Hijab is choice. Has to be an option.
Why the disparity here? That's
Jesus Christ, dude. There's a disparity because on the one hand, you're talking about laws that are based on illogical, made-up nonsense. And on the other hand, we have laws that are based on not illogical, made-up nonsense. There's a principle of maximizing freedoms while also protecting the freedoms of others. That's the whole idea behind our legal system. So if you're using that as the basis, yeah, it makes sense why those sorts of laws that are based on this idea of maximizing freedoms while also protecting the freedoms of others. So there's a logical basis for why you would want to make sure those are enforceable. But like these other, you know, religious laws or religious doctrines where, okay, you can't go outside without wearing a hijab, like covering your hair, that has no effect on the rights or well-being of others. So why the hell would you enforce a law like that?
That's the first question.
Because of what you said, that Islam doesn't tell us to control each other.
I may have the desire to force this or harm you or do this. Some says, no, you can't do that.
You answered your own question, unless, of course, you were lying before.
You see a woman and you want to kind of, you know, have your way with her. Some says, no, how dare you? Yeah, if you are to be with that woman, you are to marry her. When you marry her, you will give her mahar. You will give her a gift to show that you appreciate her. There needs to be 2 witnesses and verses of the Quran will be read so she feels valued.
Well, I wonder how valued she'd feel if you read chapter 4, verse 3 to her, which tells men they're allowed to have up to 4 wives. This sends the message that as a wife, you're not unique, you're expendable. So it shouldn't be shocking that polygamous marriages have higher levels of depression, anxiety, hostility, and more. And polygamy is only offered to men, by the way. Women are only allowed 1 husband. Nothing says you're valued.
So I keep getting painful cramps in my fucking waist.
Like having fewer rights. It's also worth noting there's a difference between being valued and being respected. For example, a slave owner values their slave as property, but not as a human being. And if you feel that's an unfair analogy, then you should know that the Quran allows marrying slaves.
And so if something happens, people know that that relationship took place. There is safety.
How can there be safety in a relationship where abuse is seen as okay? Chapter 4, verse 34 of the Quran says you're allowed to beat your wife. Multiple reports, or hadith, also indicate that Prophet Muhammad approved of wife beating. In one hadith, Muhammad strikes his wife Aisha on the chest, causing her pain. In another hadith, when one of Muhammad's companions informs him that he slapped a girl, Muhammad laughs. In yet another hadith, a woman comes to Muhammad complaining about her abusive husband, and shows a green spot on her skin from being beaten. Muhammad tells her that she can't remarry until her husband has sex with her.
There is safety.
Jesus.
Zishan's deception does not end at the Quran. He also does it with scientific research. During one of his debates, Zishan argues that women have to wear the hijab because their hair is innately sexual, and he provides a study which allegedly backs up his point.
I would then go to science and I would say, what have the scientific experiments told us about the sexual kind of representation of the hair? And the studies do tell us that the hair is innately sexual. And it does have sexual value.
So, after reading the full paper for myself, I have to wonder if Zishan even read beyond the abstract, because this paper does not back him up. Number 1, nowhere does the study claim or even imply that hair is innately sexual. You can read the full paper for free on ResearchGate and you will not find anything saying that. In fact, the study says the exact opposite, suggesting that what people deem attractive can change based on their environment. For example, there's research showing a rise in hijab pornography, so some people may feel the hijab is more sexual than showing your hair. But that brings us to problem 2. The study did not control for whether or not hair was shown. The only options, as Zishan showed himself, were for skin tone, hair length, and hair color. There was no option for head coverings or being bald, so we have no way of knowing how those options would compare. It's like if Zishan said people prefer soda over fruit juice, but then showed a paper that had no option for fruit juice and only compared Coke and Pepsi. But even if the study did have a head covering option, there would still be a problem. The study had a very limited sample. The participants were all from London, were all white, and were all around 22 years old. For someone who's so critical of the Western world, it's odd that you would hold it up as the authority on what's attractive. The researchers even admit the paper is not representative of all people, and that they didn't investigate how your own features could impact your preferences. The final limitation we'll go over is that the study didn't even use real pictures of women. They used these cartoon drawings made in Microsoft Paint, and the researchers admit this could limit the validity of the results. So in short, Zishan either didn't read the full paper, or he did, but didn't think anybody would fact-check him. But let's say hypothetically that Zishan is correct and this study does say hair is innately sexual. Well, hair isn't the only sexual part of the body. There are studies showing that lips are sexual, and studies showing that smiling is sexual. So women showing their mouths in public seems a bit haram. Let's cover that up. But I'm still seeing a bit of a problem here. There's research out there showing the eyes are sexual. In fact, eye contact plays a role in the development of romantic attraction. So if we were to apply Zishan's logic consistently, you'd wear the burqa, the same covering that's mandated by the Taliban. Which brings us to... After America pulled out of Afghanistan in 2021, the radical Islamic group the Taliban quickly took back control. And when sharing his thoughts on the Taliban, Zishan, for once in his life, chose to be agnostic.
Are Taliban good or bad? A conclusion is gonna be, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Okay, but there's so many different variables at play here. It's very difficult to pin this down.
Yeah, so many different...
Wow. This guy needs to be fucking deported.
Variables like, will they stone you or will they whip you? This is like saying we don't know what'll happen if Sniper Wolf finds out where you live. If we simply look over their prior behavior, we can logically predict what they'll do in the future. But will Zishan actually bring up their behavior?
The reason why they're considered bad is because when they were in power, they would mete out certain punishments. Yeah, and those punishments were according to their interpretation of Islamic law.
Notice how Zishan can never bring up anything specific. He has to cloak the Taliban's actions in vague generalizations. This is a tactic used in propaganda called doublespeak. It's useful for situations when you have to mention something negative, but don't want your audience to think about it too much. But don't worry. Zishan says that if the Taliban does something bad, they need to be called out.
Look, if the Taliban does something bad, they need to be called out on it. Yeah, just like anybody else.
So let's see what the Taliban has done to Afghanistan since regaining power. Now, before I begin, Zishan has made it clear that he doesn't trust Western media.
I wouldn't say rely too much on the CNN and the BBC and the Skies. Balance it with Al Jazeera as well and other news outlets from different countries.
So for this segment, I'll only be using headlines from Al Jazeera. The Taliban closes Afghan girls' schools hours after reopening. Taliban orders Afghan women to cover their faces in public. Taliban disperses Afghan Women's March for Work and Freedom. Afghan women barred from gyms, Taliban official says. Taliban carries out first public execution since Afghan takeover. Return of Afghan floggings as Taliban takes a hard-line path. Apparently Zishan found none of this behavior bad enough to call out, though. It was far more important to share a photo of the Taliban eating ice cream. It wasn't until the Taliban banned women from universities that he finally made a video about them again. But did he condemn them?
When it comes to them telling us this is bad and that's happening in this part of the country, I'm always asking, Why are they highlighting that particular issue at this moment in time?
Yes, why are they highlighting an
Jesus.
authoritarian policy that'll impact millions of women? Why aren't they covering the important issues like the Taliban's favorite fucking ice cream? Zishan conveniently leaves out the fact that Afghani activists were also reporting on the university ban. People...
Like, the UK has hate speech laws. I don't know why the fuck people like this are allowed to post content online and not get prosecuted under some sort of hate speech law. Like, it's fucking crazy. This guy literally thinks women should have no fucking rights, thinks they're second-class citizens, thinks they shouldn't go to school, supports the fucking Taliban. Like, how the fuck is that not violating hate speech laws in the UK? They should be in jail.
That work with Afghani women. You know, those people you pretend to care about. Zishan's next trick to not condemn the Taliban is...
Shout out to Oatgoat, he is starting a lifting/cat review channel where he will do reps and tell you if the cats you send are good boys and or girls. Cats are the only thing stopping him from ending it all. Send cats to catconnoisseuroheyodesu@proton.me, thanks.
Okay, I will be sure to send you cat vids for your cat review channel. Thanks for the donation, send me your cat pics.
By using yet another propaganda tactic called whataboutism. It's where you evade the original issue by changing the subject. In this case, he changes it from the Taliban to the West.
If you ask me generally, should women be educated? The general usul and principle is yes. However, when you look at, say, the schooling system here in the West, when it comes to LGBT and the way the girls and the boys are mixing and madness creeps in, I would say hold your horses before you jump to a yes or a no there.
First of all, why are you making this about the West when it's happening in Afghanistan? The Taliban control the country now, so
he's like saying he second guesses whether or not women should go to school?
Dictate the curriculum. If the curriculum was the issue, why would they only ban women and not men too? Second, these are not children we're talking about, these are adult women being barred from higher education. Who are you to tell them what they can and can't learn about? If you really believed that Islam says not to control people, you would not be defending this move.
Yes, people are saying, okay, you know, this is happening and that's happening. Yo, like, wagwan. Like, let's find out more about this. But if you're telling me, no, BBC said it, therefore I must now have an opinion and I must condemn it. Nah, mate, not down for that, mate.
If you actually cared about finding out more, you would know that plenty of non-Western media, including media from Afghanistan, also covered the university ban. But, just like with the Afghani activists, you'll conveniently ignore anything that hurts your narrative. I later found out that Zishan's video is actually part of a broader livestream. The section about the university ban happens around 8 minutes in, but near the end of the stream, a commenter asked him directly what he thinks about the Taliban, and his answer is quite revealing.
What do you think about the Taliban? I don't like it when the shot is dead. What do I think about the Taliban? Who cares what I think about the Taliban? You know what I'm saying? Look, if the Taliban does...
Jesus Christ. These people should be locked up, dude.
...does something bad, they need to be called out on it. Yeah, just like anybody else. Like they've removed an invader. They are now ruling their country. Like, they're doing their thing, isn't it?
Now, I said earlier that we can look at a person's prior behavior to predict what they'll do in the future. So with that in mind, after what you've seen Zishan defend, what kind of future do you think he's after? I wish I could tell you that Smile Tajana is a fringe figure, but in reality, he's one of the most popular Islamic commentators on YouTube, and his following is growing every day. Which brings me to my final point. It's not enough for us to debunk propagandists like Zishan. If we want to effectively counter them, to turn the tide away from the future they seek to impose, we need to be able to match their visibility. That's not going to be easy, but here's a first step. If you found this video valuable,
They need to be banned from YouTube. YouTube needs to make a policy against extremism and hate speech, and when people are on the fucking platform literally supporting terrorism, they need to be fucking banned. Like, when you have a fucking huge channel like this saying, oh yeah, the Taliban aren't that bad, I'm kind of in support of them, banning women from, being able to get a higher education. Fucking ban them. It's just insane. And then I'm the one who gets my fucking channel banned for fucking bullshit.
But it's already looking so much better, and I'm just trying to make it nicer for everyone. I can't leave until this bathroom is perfect, until I know customers have everything they need. And they kicked me out again.
I actually need you to leave. You can't be doing this stuff.
That is really weird.
I'm turning this McDonald's bathroom into a 5-star experience. What have I gotten myself into? I know what you're thinking, okay?
Read 7th paragraph. Fucked.
Let me take a look. Toronto woman with long COVID applies for maid program. 1, 2, 3, 4. The man grabbed me, shook me, coughed in my face, and laughed. You're sick now. I thought it was a cruel joke. I was wrong. I had contracted COVID and I never recovered. Holy fuck, dude. That is fucked, bro. Yeah, that is literally fucked. Hopefully that fucking dude who gave her COVID gets fucking shot or something. Holy shit. Thanks for the donation quest.
What the f am I doing here? Am I mentally stable and don't I have my own bathroom at home that I can clean? And yeah, I do, of course. I have to be honest, at this point, cleaning up public bathrooms, scraping mystery crust off the toilet. Ugh, I really wanted to quit. I couldn't give up because I have a goal. I'm a professional cleaner, and what better way to challenge myself than to clean the scariest place on earth, a McDonald's bathroom.
Will not believe what I just found in the trash. I'm shocked. Who did this? Who is eating Burger King in the McDonald's bathroom? Guys, the McDonald's employees just caught me cleaning their bathroom.
This cleaning to the barrel is not permit for the other people. You wanna look at it? Okay. I need to go out to the bathroom.
They just came in, told me I couldn't be doing this.
Well, I never thought I'd be escorted out of a McDonald's bathroom. This actually really sucks. I just wanted to make this place clean and enjoyable for everyone. I'm cleaning and I get kicked out. And I had a huge idea to make this a 5-star experience. And you guys won't even be able to see that.
This woman's channel is baffling. That is super weird. Yeah, that is super fucking weird.
I literally...
Women don't like it that men exist.
Hey!
Am I missing something here? Me watching men's behavior. The fuck?
Men exist. Hey, it's Christine Grace. Welcome back to my channel. Today is another reaction video. Today I'm reacting to a video that in this particular video, let's check it out.
Are women in the gym
Will complain that
Hey, these are fucking boring. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
Today I'm joined by two very special guests, Dr. Milo Wolf and Natural Hypertrophy. They offer some of the best and most informative lifting content, and they also have the physiques backed by years of experience to prove it. Dr. Milo Wolf is the mastermind behind the length and partial research and is recognized by the top experts in the field of exercise science, as well as being a WNBF bodybuilder. Natural Hypertrophy is the king of the noble natties, responsible for reuniting our community and obliterating the low standards that prevail for so long. I highly recommend subscribing to both these two gentlemen. I promise your knowledge and gains will evolve. Their incredibly detailed, nuanced videos are the norm. And of course, today's exclusive is no exception. Welcome to the finale of a hot topic that's been circulating over the last 2 months, one that almost everyone's addressed, and that is answering the provocative question, is power building an abomination? Or is it the best of both worlds for hypertrophy and strength? Who is it for? And what are the long-term pros and cons? Let's analyze all angles in this legendary debate. I'm honored to be the host, but I won't be the one debating. I'll simply interject with some questions and comments here and there for flow and clarity, just so we're on track. But my job is to hear everything that Dr. Milo Wolf and Natural Hypertrophy have to say, and see if we can all come closer to a common agreement. I'm excited to hear your arguments, and for the viewers, after done watching this, post in the comments what makes the most sense to you. Now, it's time to settle things once and for all. Thank you very much for being here, you two.
Thank you for having us. I'm looking forward to this.
Excellent introduction. Feels like two champions walking to the arena ready to fight. I just want to say it because the fire has been taken away from me. I just learned that Milo speaks French. So now I can't be as mean towards him because he's my fellow brethren, but I must admit that this entire thing started because of me. I made a video called Power Building is an Abomination, which many people disagreed with, let's say, and Milo was one of them. So today we're going to...
That was one of the dumbest videos he's ever fucking made. He literally just basically said, concurrent training is, like, retarded. Like, why the fuck is concurrent training a problem?
To have the debate, and hopefully people who are going to take the time to watch this video are going to learn something from us. So what was your stance on this entire thing, Michael?
First of all, Natural Hypertrophy, Alex, thank you for organizing this. Really appreciate it. The first thing I need to say, and I want to wrap this up quickly, is, look, I am bigger than you, and therefore I'm just correct. Like, that's how things work on the internet. Whoever's bigger has the final say. Sorry. On a more serious note, I'll give my actual thoughts on power building. In general, I don't think power building is an abomination. And here's why. First, I think we're coming at this from a very different epistemic position, right? Like, you're trying to get at the truth of how effective is power building for building muscle and for gaining strength from a different perspective than I am. I'll speak for myself. Don't want to put words in your mouth at all. From my end, looking at the evidence is predominantly what I'm going to draw my assumptions from, my information from, and a starting place for most people, and saying, okay, well, what does the evidence actually say is happening when we try and combine strength work with hypertrophy work? Can we get the best of both worlds? To what extent can we get both at the same time? That's my perspective and where I draw my information and try to get at the truth from. So the first thing would be to just define power building. Power building ultimately, at the most basic level, is just trying to combine some powerlifting work with some hypertrophy work. I think for some people, that might mean competing in powerlifting. For some people, it might also mean competing in bodybuilding. For a lot of people, it means neither. So at the most fundamental level, it is just about training to both get better at the powerlifts and to gain muscle, right? I think that a lot of the confusion from around this topic, from your video, from my video, and what have you, potentially stems from a difference in also how we saw power building. So for me, power building is a concept. If you look at it as how people practice that concept, or some people specifically, you might come away thinking that, wow, power building really isn't optimal. Now, we need to answer the question first of why would combining hypertrophy work and strength work be an issue in the first place? Why couldn't we just get the best of both worlds? Because, you know, we need to answer that question. Well, there's kind of a theoretical component and a practical component. Theoretically, I think there are three components that make combining two different modalities or two different goals kind of difficult, right? You're not going to get the best of both worlds. Specifically, there's the component of molecular signaling. So if, for example, you look at the research of people trying to both gain strength, but also gain endurance, for example, trying to combine running and lifting weights, right? Something you find is that the signaling pathways involved in making you stronger and also giving you greater endurance can actually sort of intersect. And if you do both at the same time, you're not going to get the best of both worlds as far as actually molecularly what's happening. So at least on that level, there is an issue with combining different goals, training for different things at the same time. The second theoretical issue is time. Right? Ultimately, for most people in the gym, there's only so much time you have to train. And so if you're trying to chase two things at the same time, and they're kind of pulling in different directions, you might not have enough time to actually optimally achieve both, even if, say, you could if you had enough time. So for a lot of people, time is just a constraint. So power building will take away time from hypertrophy training, and therefore give you worse hypertrophy results if you don't have enough time. And the final issue, theoretically, is fatigue, right? Fundamentally, you cannot recover from infinite training. Your body has certain systems in place that are, for example, impacted by your sleep, how much stress you have going on, what your nutrition's like, and so forth. And you can't just keep training, and recover and benefit from that training. And so even if you had enough time available, and even if there wasn't any molecular issues with combining two different goals, there is going to be a recovery issue wherein you couldn't just do all of your strength work, get maximum strength gains, and do all of your hypertrophy work and get maximum hypertrophy gains. Now, practically, these are theoretical issues, but they haven't actually been studied much in relation to doing power building training. Like, you'll find very few studies that actually look at power building protocols directly. So off the bat, we don't have perfect answers here. That's the truth. But we do have applied research where we actually do give people programs that somewhat combine strength work with hypertrophy work, or that try and combine different goals. I think what we can look at is kind of breaking down your training into a few different variables, right? You talk about this a lot on your channel. There's exercise selection, there's how many reps you do per set, there's how many sets you do. There's a few variables that we're concerned with because they seem to be influential for how much strength you gain and how much muscle you gain. I'll kind of break them down and point out where the research suggests that there is a difference in how you should train to gain strength in the powerlifts versus how you should gain muscle. So the volume that you benefit from for hypertrophy and strength, as in number of hard sets per week per muscle group, let's just define it that way, is relatively similar for strength and hypertrophy. So you can see good, robust, close to optimal gains with similar volumes for strength and hypertrophy, but generally you will benefit from slightly higher volumes for hypertrophy. So you're giving up a little bit of gains there as far as hypertrophy goes if you're choosing to do a powerlifting route or making some sacrifices in favor of powerlifting strength. The second thing is the movement patterns involved in power building, specifically the big three, although a few power builders exclusively use this, aren't perfectly suited to hypertrophy training, but they do a decent job. And in fact, if you look at my area of research, which is range of motion, and that's a big way in which different exercises differ, right? There's not a huge effect of range of motion on hypertrophy. So even if you say you get 75% of a full range of motion of a full stretch by doing a powerlifting squat, as opposed to getting a full deep stretch on each squat, you're missing out on some hypertrophy, but you might be talking about a couple percentage points. That's not a big difference. For people who don't care about getting 100% of their hypertrophy, we're not talking about a huge difference. But again, there is a slight trade-off there. As far as frequency goes, how often you train each muscle group, I think there's actually a lot or even entire overlap between strength and hypertrophy. If you see a lot of the best programs for hypertrophy and a lot of the best programs for strength, you're often talking about frequencies of 2 to 4 times a week maybe per muscle on average. And actually that's how you train for both strength and hypertrophy. So as far as frequency goes, pretty similar. Rest times, on the other hand, also kind of the same thing. You might see a benefit of slightly longer rest times with strength, just because you're more concerned with keeping weight on the bar set to set, because ultimately how heavy you lift for powerlifting is quite important. You want to have as high of an intensity as possible. Whereas bodybuilding, just because your weight and or reps drops a little bit set to set, not as hugely influential. But broadly speaking, you don't want to be resting too short for either approach, and therefore a good deal of overlap once again. Now, let me talk about what isn't identical and what might cause more of an issue when trying to combine powerlifting and bodybuilding. Specifically, there is the rep range concern. When you're powerbuilding and you want to increase your strength in powerlifts, to be specific to powerlifting, you'll need to do some pretty low rep sets with pretty heavy weights. That isn't ideal for hypertrophy. The research we have comparing low rep ranges of as few as 3 reps per set to say 10 reps per set, closer to the sort of hypertrophy rep range, suggests it's a lot less time efficient and less fatigue efficient to do low rep sets. For example, we have a study comparing 7 sets of 3 with 3 minutes rest to a group doing 3 sets of 10 with 90 seconds rest. And doing those 7 sets of 3 with 3 minutes rest, that took them like across the whole session 4 or 5 times as much time, but in the end for the same hypertrophy as just doing 3 by 10. So clearly, if the weight you're using is so heavy that you're getting 3 reps or generally less than 5 reps per set, you're sacrificing hypertrophy. In terms of time efficiency, and in the study at least, they also reported higher fatigue and joint issues with heavier weights. And so if you're powerbuilding and a lot of your training is super heavy, below 5 reps, you're likely trading off some hypertrophy there. Not a huge issue, especially if most of your work is performed above 5 reps, but it's a concern nevertheless. The next thing is the movements aren't optimal. As I just mentioned, the low bar squat, the bench, the deadlift, none of those movements are optimal for hypertrophy. Again, there's a few components like range of motion where you could still be tweaking things a little bit and getting a couple extra percentage points, but the research doesn't suggest a huge impact. We're talking about a few percentage points as far as hypertrophy is concerned. There is the concern of the positions involved may not optimally recruit certain muscles. For example, when you're low bar squatting, you might be shifting the emphasis more so to the hip extensors versus something like a high bar squat, and so there are issues there. The final bigger thing is that the RPE generally, so how close to failure you take a set, should be a little bit lower for strength work. We don't really see better strength gains when going closer to failure, but we do generally see more hypertrophy the closer to failure you go from a given set. And so if you're doing a ton of some maximal work, like I'm talking 3+ reps in the tank, and you're power building, those sets aren't maximally effective for hypertrophy. You're missing out on some gains there. But so, broadly speaking, there is, I think, a lot of overlap in how you can train for hypertrophy to maximize that, and how you can train for strength or powerlifting specifically. There are going to be some differences, but none of these variables play a huge role, at least within the context of what we're saying here. We're talking about powerlifting maybe doing sets to RP 7 versus bodybuilder taking sets to RP 9 or 10, a couple reps closer to failure. We're talking about a range of motion that's pretty solid, gets you some stretch, versus a range of motion that might get you more stretch, based on the evidence, again, a few percentage points. But fundamentally, we're talking about potentially 80 to 90% of gains in strength and hypertrophy, based on just the numbers we're seeing in this data, and we have dozens and dozens of studies overall. So that's where I'm coming at it from. And if you want to go to that anecdote route, you can see plenty of powerbuilders and bodybuilders and powerlifters who are strong and big and all that, right? I don't think that tends to be the strongest form of evidence when we're trying to answer these questions because it's not controlled. Like, Ronnie Coleman was jacked and strong as shit. Is he the strongest powerlifter ever? No, but he got very strong. And Natty, he was stronger than pretty much a lot of powerlifters, right? And so anecdotes tend to lead you astray. And then it's also a matter of, do you start box counting anecdotes? Like, how many bodybuilders got strong with this? Okay, well, that's basically science then, because then you're counting the number of anecdotes, or observations rather, and that is essentially starting to become science, but without the rigor of controlling for different variables. So anecdotes can lead you astray a little bit in this regard. So more importantly, while I'm all for maximizing one thing over the other, I'm all for if someone comes to me and is like, look, Milo, I just want to get jacked. Will I make them powerbuild? Hell no. I'm going to make them bodybuild. I'm going to give them the best program to build size. Will that have some elements that overlap with a good powerlifting training routine? Absolutely. Can you make very solid gains in size and strength at the same time? Absolutely. You can make 80 to 90% of your gains, in my opinion, for both at the same time. That doesn't mean you can maximize both. Importantly, and this is not to be a defeatist at all, but I think that if you were to look at someone's training only and try to determine, okay, is your training really holding you back here? You couldn't actually tell all that well. Because often other things like genetics, PED use, etc. play a much larger role. And that's not to be a defeatist. I absolutely acknowledge that we want to optimize things. If someone came to me again and was like, look, I want to optimize, I would optimize things for them. But equally, let's not pretend that we're talking about someone making 0 gains versus someone making all possible gains and ending up national level bodybuilder. So my TLDR, like if you didn't actually listen to any of this, I don't blame you. Powerlifting is a great way to get a good amount of both. I don't think it's an abomination. I think the evidence doesn't suggest that. I think there are certain concerns with combining both. That means you're not going to get the best of both worlds. And anyone telling you you'll get maximally strong and maximally big using a powerlifting approach, I have never claimed that. I'll never claim that because it simply doesn't seem to be true. But you can get great gains for both, and therefore I don't think powerbuilding is an abomination if that's your goal.
I have a lot of things to say about this. So first off, I think that anyone who has listened to my videos and listened to you, this actually pretty excellent summary of the entire question here, understands that we pretty much agree. Meaning that this is my point. If your goal is pure hypertrophy, then you should train for pure hypertrophy. But
Christie's Stinky Hole donated $2. Poor girl couldn't defend herself. What are your thoughts? Let me see.
A lot of things will be hard for you to comprehend. That's why you're in sex work, because you can't offer value in the marketplace.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, I'm not really talking to you. I'm speaking against you as a symbol.
A symbol.
You could literally say that about any profession. The reason you're a lawyer and not a doctor is because you're too stupid to do like doctor work. The reason why you're in sales is because you're too stupid to understand this philosophical issue. Like, there's nothing unique about sex work that makes somebody stupid.
Of what?
A symbol of a declining society where people lack values. So the point is this. If you had IQ and skills to offer to the marketplace, you can earn a good income. Being that the most valuable thing about you is something that you never earned. You didn't earn knowledge, you didn't earn skills. It's your breast that you're paying.
The idea that you're taking advantage of, quote unquote, God-given gifts, your looks, to earn money is dumb. So you could literally fucking say, oh, well, you didn't work hard to be smart. You didn't study a lot in school. You're just a genius, and this all comes easy to you. And after, reading like a math textbook once, you're like, this fucking math genius. So clearly you're a fucking idiot for being a mathematician. Like, everybody has, quote unquote, God-given gifts. There are people that are really fucking good at certain things or don't have to fucking try hard and are naturally talented. Why is it stupid to do something you're naturally good at? Why would you not take advantage of some sort of, born advantage that you have?
Paid for and your butthole. So you market that to earn money, which is to say, if I took your brain and placed your brain into a...
This guy is just upset that he can't make money showing his naked body online. That's it. Like, this could go both ways. The only, if he's going to criticize her for not, becoming a doctor, she could criticize him for not doing sex work and say, oh, well, you didn't work hard enough to, go to the gym, eat well, work on your body, wear makeup and improve your physical appearance. You didn't put in the work to be good looking so that you can actually make money showing off your body or being a model or doing sex work. Like, this is just cringe as shit.
A man's body, you would be in poverty.
I'm just good for nothing. Yep, you can't.
No, you are good for something. That's why you have OnlyFans. And that's my point, is that's what you're good.
Yeah, this guy is just a loser ass grifter. Thanks for that donation, Christy Stinky Hole. Carcass washer, do you wash your carcass? Racial edition. Let me see.
Should you wash your chicken? There's been a pretty heated debate of whether or not you should wash your chicken. Even people in the industry are split regarding this matter. Do you wash your chicken?
I do not wash my chicken.
Yes.
No, wash the chicken.
Always.
I think it's necessary.
Why should you wash your chicken?
You must get rid of all the preservatives and the kind of bacteria.
What is a reason people shouldn't wash chicken?
Because when you wash it, it splatters and it gets all the chicken juices everywhere. Just cook it.
Let's turn to the health experts to see what they have to say.
People want to wash their chickens because they want to get rid of the bacteria. Cooking is the only thing that's going to get rid of it.
Just look what happened when we applied a fluorescent gel to the chicken and then washed it.
Oh my gosh, it's everywhere.
Dripping down the sink.
Inside of the sink
everywhere.
here.
What do you say to the people that don't wash their chicken because it splashes bacteria around the kitchen?
If you're cleaning chicken, of course bacteria are going to be everywhere. That's why you sanitize your sink after you wash everything. You clean your house before you have a party? All right.
It seems like each side's got a valid argument, but what...
How about not eat chicken? Does that make fucking sense?
I'm for sure I created a chili recipe that you and your family would love. Come with me to the grocery store. I started off with some raw hamburger meat, and I added in my bell peppers, my onions, cilantro, my roasted garlic. Oh, yes, honey. And then I added in my seasoning pack, my chili.
Even like back in the day when I ate meat before I became vegan, this shit looked disgusting to me. I didn't like preparing meat because this has always looked gross to me.
Powder seasoning pack. That's going to give it all of the flavor. So I also added in 1 cup of Italian sausage tomato sauce, and I added in 1 can of Stag's chili. This is the brand that I chose. I also added in 2 cups of marinara sauce as well, 1 can of kidney beans, 1 can of pinto beans. I added in some blue agave, some hot sauce. Now the blue agave is just the sweetener that I needed to add, just enough to cut through the acidity, not enough to sweeten your actual chili. But you guys, all of these extra seasonings I added in were just to give it an extra.
This wouldn't have been bad if she didn't add that fucking gross red meat into it.
Extra flavor. You don't have to use it. That Sazon really had it on fire. Look down in the description box for the rest of the seasoning.
Yeah, gross. Thanks for the donation, Carcass Washer. Son Goku donated tellers. This sounds like bullshit or no? Let me see.
I used to eat over 4,000 calories per day, and I weighed just 148 pounds. How is that possible? Calorie math would tell you I should be obese, and yet you can clearly see I was really skinny. Here's what happened.
He wasn't counting his calories properly, or he had a very high level of physical activity. That's the only explanations.
At the time, I was eating 60 to 70% of my diet from raw nuts and seeds. They're very, very calorie dense, but they're also loaded with fat and protein, but a lot of fiber. Just because a food contains calories...
Yeah, so no. Just because something is raw or high in fiber or something, that doesn't prevent you from absorbing the majority of the nutrients. So just more bullshit. He was either not tracking calories properly, or he was just doing a very high degree of physical activity, like doing long distance running every day or some shit. But he was probably just not tracking properly. Since he was saying he's eating a lot of raw food, well, a lot of raw food is very filling. It's more voluminous. So he just wasn't tracking properly.
Doesn't mean your body will actually absorb them. For example, if you were to eat corn or corn oil or high fructose corn syrup, the bioavailability of those...
You can look at studies on calorie matching and the processing of different foods. The degree of weight loss and weight gain is pretty much exactly what you'd expect based on caloric control. So no, the processing of a food does not have a clinically relevant effect on weight loss or weight gain. As long as calories are controlled for.
Calories is drastically different. People talk all the time about the importance of a whole food diet. What's often overlooked is how whole food diets often throttle the absorption of the calories that
Yeah, that's bullshit. They do not.
Might be in that food. As I always say, calories count, but it's very difficult to count them. You don't know exactly how much you're...
That is totally false.
Absorbing, you don't know how much you're actually burning.
Unless you have some weird fucking problem like Crohn's disease, you're gonna absorb all the calories you eat.
Whole foods are definitely the way to go.
Yeah, this guy is just an idiot, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Then there are certain things that I heard in your discourse that I disagree with. And I think the point and the entire revolving door that is going to separate us in this debate is going to be this idea of specificity and also this idea that you can get 80 to 90%. I think that this is doable if you allow both size and strength to balance each other out and you don't let one take over the other. The issue is that this is not what I see. Meaning that there is this perfect idea of power building that exists as a concept, then there is the practice of it. And what I see in the practice of it is that naturally, certain movement patterns take over because they become a priority in your training. And these patterns tend to be the big three. So on paper, you're...
Again, that doesn't even fucking make sense, because even if you're going to do, more hypertrophy-focused exercises, so, very deep high bar squats, machines like leg press and hack squat, that's still going to translate to a low bar squat. If you're talking about doing a powerlifting style movement, those exercises are still going to aid in getting you stronger at a low bar powerlifting style squat. Same with bench press. So, okay, if you get stronger at a machine press, dumbbells, fucking isolation work like flies, that's going to translate over to a stronger bench press. There's so much overlap in hypertrophy and powerlifting style training that you're still going to benefit from it mostly.
going to think to yourself, well, these movements
like there's
will get me
carryover
big,
to lifts.
because they will. If you get really strong at the bench press, I don't see why you wouldn't get bigger from it. But where the issue starts to arise is if the bench press starts to become such a priority that now your goal is to grow the bench press numbers at the detriment of the rest. I hear a lot of people who say, well, power building is essentially just getting as strong as possible for every single muscle.
Yeah, the only way this makes sense is if you deny like things like carryover and overlap in training. Like, this is just stupid.
So to me, that's not power building. To me, that's bodybuilding with a higher rep range and the goal of actually getting the entire body strong. When I look at people who power build, and I have many people who reach out to me, and you can say just anecdote, it absolutely is, what I see is an hyper focus on this trinity of the big three that then creates a vacuum where there's so much fatigue accumulated there that not much is done on the side. So if I look at the amount of people who, for example, skip abs, or are going to skip entire muscle groups, or even have this dislike or distaste for...
Hello VG, what's up bro? Take this donation my friend, I need more prayers VG. Say oh vegan god of gays help Omar for his job and making a lot of gains in the gym. Love you bro, have a nice day.
Oh vegan god of gains, help Omar for his job and making a lot of gains in the gym. Amen. Thanks for the donation, Bosman. Appreciate it.
Or isolation, they tend to come from this power building background because they were taught, well, the compound movements is what gets you big. And that is the truth. It's going to get you much bigger to get stronger on the bench than on tricep isolation. What they don't see is that the bench itself is a worse tricep builder when we look at actual fatigue accumulated in relation to a pure isolation for the tricep. So then you end up with a program.
No one does a bench press to grow their triceps.
That is 80% strength and 20% hypertrophy, which tends to produce physiques that I personally believe are unbalanced. I know that this is up to appreciation, some people disagree with that. I know that this entire spider physique thing tends to piss people off. To me, a bodybuilder is defined by his arms. Because what you see in physiques, even people who have good jacked physiques, is that the part that tends to be lacking is the arms. And this is where we meet again.
This is just bizarre. Who is the former world record holder for the bench? Bench press world record. I think his name was Kirill. Yeah, Kirill Ergich something. So this guy is saying that, oh, if you focus on strength, you're going to have like small arms. This guy had the world record for the bench press at like 700 and something pounds. So apparently, according to natural hypertrophy, his arms are like small because he did too much strength work. Like, what the If you ever see anybody with a big bench press, 99% of the time they have huge arms. You need big arms to have a big bench. So, like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Is it okay to eat salad on a daily basis? Also, do you still have the video of you shoving dildos up your ass on OnlyFans? I'm thinking about subscribing.
Yes, you can eat salad on a daily basis, and yes, I still have those videos. Thanks for the donation, Richard is a fucking douche. Like, again, he has the most bizarre position. He's literally saying, oh, if you do strength training, you can't do any isolation work. Why? Natural hypertrophy is fucking just dumbass. Kid Boo donated $2, blue pilled beta. Let me see.
Would I get married? Why? Yeah. There's no actual reason to get married.
Married men make 10 to 40% more money than single men.
Yeah, so being married doesn't make you more money. You're just seeing a environmental correlation.
Married couples have lower levels of stress. Married men and women.
You're just seeing environmental correlation. There's nothing about being married that lowers your stress or makes you earn more money.
Women live on average 2 years longer than their unmarried.
Environmental correlation, show causation.
Married counterparts. People that are married are less likely to.
Yeah, this guy's just stupid. He, like, rather than actually proving that there's a relationship between marriage and longer life expectancy, like if you get married, there's some sort of causal relationship that makes you earn more money and live longer and shit like that. He's just showing environmental correlations. Like, yeah, married men are going to have more stable lives. They're probably just in general maybe better at making commitments. Because they're married, they're probably more interested in having children, and because they have children, they have to make more money to support their family. Like there's reasons like that, but like that's just stupid. And by the way, that's completely ignoring expenses. So if you're married and have kids, you need to earn more money to support your family. Now, if you're single, you may your expenses are lower, but even though you're earning less money, because your expenses are lower, you actually have more more disposable income. That guy's just a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
At this revolving door, where I disagree with you. You said at some point that the training should not necessarily be regarded as the reason why people don't have the physique that they want, and that there are other factors. Absolutely, there are other factors. Some people have crazy tricep insertions, crazy good response, hypertrophic response for the bicep. They will grow for whatever. But many people don't have that. I didn't have that. The reason why I have big arms in relation to other people in the natural sphere is because I've always treated them as a priority. So when I see people with small arms and I get told, well, you cannot blame power building for that, I must disagree. I can absolutely blame it because I think that this is the reason for their imbalance.
You can blame small arms on the lack of doing isolation work for their biceps and triceps.
There is a reason
why. It has nothing to do with power building. Like, please explain to me why you can't train your arms if you're focusing on building a bigger bench.
Anecdote, most powerlifters, pure powerlifters, have crazy quads for days, glutes for days, excellent chest, usually. But then you look at the arm and it's like, where is the development there? Well, it's not there because they don't need these muscles. These muscles are not prime movers. It would be a waste of time for them to develop them. That's fine for them. But if that same mentality starts to seep into power building training, which is what I've seen, then it becomes an issue because now you...
This isn't an argument against power building. This is an argument against not training your arms.
You sacrifice aesthetic goals for efficiency at big three, but getting bigger at the big three, again, as you said, should only be 50% of your concern. But it's not 50% because strength is polarizing. If you try to train for both strength and size, you'll find that the one that is the most fatigue-inducing and therefore requires you to pay more attention to your recovery is always going to be strength because strength is performance-based. You see directly in the gym the result of your poor recovery if you don't.
I mean, to some degree, hypertrophy is performance-based. Like, you're not going to build muscle unless you get better at a given lift. You have to increase weight over time. You have to increase the amount of reps you're doing over time.
Do things properly. The same is not really true for size. So you're going to be inclined to prioritize strength because
people wanted to know what the Great One thinks on this situation, so I figured I'd give them some knowledge you know now there.
All right, let me take a look.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Tuesday evening. Reason for the video is people want to know my opinion about Frank Tufano's little eye surgery thing. And the Great One's more than happy to oblige. You know, I had spoken about this on the previous live stream, but, you know, as with any live stream, because it's about an hour long, nobody wants to skip through and see exactly what I've said, so let me just summarize it. The fact of the matter is that Frank Tufano looks like freaking the Hunchback of Notre Dame with those eyes, you know. The guy spends $30,000 to look like Hunchback, you know. Now, technically, it's going to take another month for it to fully heal, but I don't think it's going to do much good. He's still going to look like freaking Hunchback of Notre Dame, just keeping the real and telling
Quasimodo.
Like but here's the thing. This is the reason, these surgeries are the reason why Frank Tufano looks weird, okay? And here's the thing, folks. In order to look natural, you know, you got to have natural features that God had given you, you know. Lips, ass, nose, everything, you know. Some of the stuff is going to be cultural, you know, which you can't help, you know. But the minute you start doing things like cosmetic surgery or something like that, you know, you lose those natural features, and that's...
I think the only time plastic surgery usually ends up looking good, and you don't get this, like, weird uncanny valley effect, is when you're fixing, like, deformities. Like, so if somebody has a cleft lip, plastic surgery is great for fixing things like that. or if you have like a weird growth at the end of your nose. Like plastic surgery is really good at stuff like that. But when you're talking about like very subtle changes, like, I wish my like eyes were tilted in a slightly different position, and I wish my eyebrows went up a little higher. I wish my cheeks were a little more full. Like, then when you make these subtle changes, you just look like you've had plastic surgery. You don't actually look better. Like 9 times out of 10 anyway.
That's how you look fake. That's why you see a lot of these Hollywood actors and they look all fake. They don't look like they're for real. You know, they take Botox and all this other stuff and they look like they're a frozen statue. And then some of them, the parts don't fit the, you know, their culture or heritage or so forth. And the reason being is because, you know, they've had all this cosmetic surgery and they've removed those attributes that make them look natural. You know what I mean? It's like I said, if I got rid of my natural big giant ass bell pepper ass nose and went and got a much thinner nose, then, you know, I'd look a whole lot different. You know, I wouldn't even look right, because if I had a thinner nose, then it's not going to match my face, period. You know what I'm saying? Be happy with what God has given you, okay? Now, I haven't had any problems picking up any dates or anything just because I have a big nose and stuff like that, you know. I got a lot of friends that got big noses and stuff. Everyone is going to have that unique body part. I mean, look at my ears. One of my ears is a little bit different than the other ears. One has a little extra flat. Those are natural features, you know, that uniquely identify myself, in other words. No need to change. No need to go and get cosmetic surgery, folks. Be happy with who you are, okay? Don't end up like someone like Frank Tufano, because the thing about it is that he's not going to be happy with his eyes, you know. He's had plenty of surgeries before. Nothing's going to satisfy him. He's going to continue having surgery after surgery after surgery after surgery. You know, it's just simply not going to end, folks. So, but other than that, that's all I got to say for right now.
Words of wisdom. Couldn't agree more with Vince there. Well, thank you there, Vince Gooderham. Appreciate the donation there.
This is the one goal, the one performance-oriented goal that is going to suffer the most if you don't pay attention to it. Size starts to lower, and then you end up with something skewed. And once you end up with this thing that I call the abomination, then the claim that people can get 80 to 90% of their gains from that very concept, that very practice, I think is untrue. You'll get 90% of your strength gains, absolutely, but you'll leave so many muscle groups to the wayside that they will be underdeveloped for years. And this, to me, unless you decide or have convinced yourself that this type of physique is the best you can obtain, to me that's not, and this is why I say that. Many people, if they just turned our back to this method, would then finally see that their physique could reach a level that they would have never believed before, where even if it's not purely hypertrophy that they pursue, it'll still be better than what they would have gotten from a system that looks like at the big three as the main component of the entire concept.
So I wrote down your major arguments on both sides. I'll quickly re-mention the points and we can go on from there, addressing what is most...
Yeah, natural hypertrophy literally did not have an argument. He just said, well, you might not train your arms enough. That's not an argument.
It's important. Milo talked about time constraints, fatigue, and how there's similar volumes for hypertrophy and power building. The movement patterns adequately develop the X-frame. There's similar frequency, same rest, and lots of muscular overlap. He also noted that anecdotes are not the best and that the evidence is not against power building. That differences are mostly a rep range concern, say comparing sets of 3 versus sets of 10 and going back to efficiency. And of course, there's the leverages of certain movements, like low bar or just trying to optimize specificity, plus RPE and how it should be lower for strength training, which also plays into the time factor, but that most of one's hypertrophy potential would still be optimized. Then for natural hypertrophy, his main point is that strength is polarizing and that an overfocus on the big 3 generally causes spider physiques, and by extension, muscles that aren't the prime movers will not end up 80 to 90% developed. There's a distaste for isolation work, and essentially, physiques are defined by the arms, which usually end up lagging. In the real world, imbalances are almost inevitable, and that taking on a more bodybuilder approach has less risk by comparison, and you'll still get very strong in the end. So, I think there's some agreements here, but that certain programming ideas and aesthetic expectations differ.
The destination is important to underline too, because you'll hear many people, as a counter-argument to the critique I have of power building, say, well, if you want to bodybuild, you still have to get stronger. And no one denied that. Of course, it's a metric of performance and progression. You're going to have to get stronger. But the question is, how do you get stronger? And I liked the rep range that you bring up, Milo, because I think it's actually a very good example. You take 2 groups, one that does a 3x10 and one that does a 7 sets of 3. Okay? First, I must say that 7 sets of 3.
Sexy lady, don't need tellers. Modern men suck. They are lazy, porn addicted, and video game addicted. This is the average man in 2023. Exhibit A.
So apparently if you play video games, you can now start a professional career as a cameraman. Let me show you what I mean. So this is the DJI RS3 Mini. And it has one job and one job only, and that's no matter how much I move it around, it's supposed to hold my camera steady, but it has a hidden feature a lot of people didn't know about, because if you grab your favorite gaming controller like this Xbox one here, you can connect it via Bluetooth and it can actually control the gimbal for you. Pretty cool. So apparently if you play video I absolutely love my brand new PlayStation Portal, but it has a serious problem. You see, every time I try to play it, it's really laggy, and sometimes it just downright disconnects. So if you want to play with the least amount of input lag possible, make sure to follow these important steps. Step 1, make sure you actually hardwire an Ethernet cable into the back of your PS5, because remote streaming off Wi-Fi is really terrible. Step 2, go into settings, then screen and video. You'll want to scroll down to resolution. Be sure to change this to reflect 1080p. After that, go ahead and back out once and go down to 120 Hz output. Make sure this is toggled off. While 4K 120 is great for playing on my TV, it's definitely not going to help out my handheld since it's only a 1080p 60 Hz display. And finally, on whatever game you are playing, go into the game settings and switch from favor quality to favor performance. I absolutely...
Yes, modern men are definitely terrible. Thanks for the donation, sexy lady.
Is already sandbagging, because if you're able to do the 3 reps with the same weight 7 times in a row with no downgrade in performance, then your first 6th set was sandbagged. No wonder it's not going to get great results, whereas the group that does a 3x10 is much closer to failure. Now, I don't know if the parameters were taken into account when it comes to failure in the study or not, you'll tell me that, but that to me makes sense. And I think that many people would see the 3x10 as the superior option, and many people would also think of 3x10 as a bodybuilding quote-unquote rep range because it's high volume, which I agree with to an extent, but I could also absolutely see someone who power builds doing a 3x10. I don't think that's a counterindication. What do you think about that, Milo?
By and large, I agree with you. Like, I think on rep range, we basically agree. I know in your original video, and in previous videos actually, you recommended sets of as few as 3 reps. I think that's a bit too low, personally. Like, as I said, the evidence we have does suggest that if you go below about 5 reps, each set does become worse for hypertrophy. You need to do more sets overall to get the same hypertrophy in the end. But the rep range for hypertrophy is ultimately very non-specific. We can do sets of between 5 and like 50 reps per set. As long as it's taken to failure, you might see similar hypertrophy. The issue with taking sets to super high reps, and this is something I want to bring up because you mentioned strength work might be a bit more fatiguing, right? Something I want to bring up is that actually when you look at the research, what you see is that generally the more reps you do per set, the more fatiguing the set becomes on a set per set basis, right? And that's obviously if you're taking both sets to failure, everything else is equated for, but higher rep ranges do typically cause more fatigue. And you can simply attribute that to you're doing more overall work. Generally, the more reps you do, the more energy you'll expend, the more resources and substrates you'll use up essentially. And so that's a factor. Coming back real quick to your argument around power building ultimately giving people spider physiques. I think your video should have been titled Power Builders are an abomination, and not Power Building is an abomination. Now you might think that's semantics, right? But fundamentally, pretty much everything you're describing sounds to me like a qualm with how certain power builders are training, not with how power building can be approached. Because power building, fundamentally, I kind of defined it in very loose terms and very basic terms earlier, doesn't mean a whole lot. It can mean a variety of things. It's essentially on a spectrum from your training is perfectly hypertrophy optimized, but you do 1 single on deadlifts a week, or 1 single on each main lift. That's still considered powerbuilding, because ultimately you're training for both increasing strength and powerlifts, but also hypertrophy. And depending on how you approach powerbuilding, I don't think it's an abomination at all. I just think it needs to be matched to the person's goals. If the person's goals are genuinely to get a decent physique, you know, maybe not spider physique, I know people want to avoid that apparently, but also get pretty strong, maybe they do like 50-50 focus on both, and they get a pretty solid physique and a pretty solid strength. They're not going to be the strongest they can be, not going to be the best they can be. But powerbuilding can absolutely work. Are some powerbuilders an abomination? Yeah. And maybe they're misinformed if they think that powerbuilding is this one-way ticket to their best physique. Huge arms, because apparently that's the main thing people gauge physiques by, which struck me as funny. The reason I say that is because it's perfectly fine to have your own sense of aesthetics. I think everyone does, fundamentally. But I think that you need to clarify that up front if you're going to gauge the effectiveness of an approach based on how it conforms to your aesthetics, essentially. Because for example, like if we're taking more universal standards in bodybuilding and physique sports, the X-frame is generally considered to be super important. Essentially, how broad are your shoulders, how small is your waist, and how large, in terms of width, are your legs, right? And arms don't really factor into that a whole lot. So it really comes down to your sense of aesthetics. Now, powerbuilding still won't give you the best X-frame ever. Like, that's not the argument here. But I'm saying that you need to definitely clarify your position on aesthetics because it ultimately plays into what you think is optimal to a large extent. Another thing I want to touch on real quick is, depending on how you powerbuild, you can get a solid amount of both. The important thing as well is that while I mentioned that if you were just training for max strength in the next few months, or if you were just training for maximum hypertrophy in the next few months, there are some differences, as I outlined in a sort of opening statement, but equally, in the longer term, getting bigger, building more muscle, is a huge part of becoming a strong powerlifter. Now, that doesn't mean getting bigger biceps, and I think we're both aware of that. Like, no powerlifter out there is maxing out their bicep curls 20 sets a week to get huge arms because it's going to improve their bench. But it does mean improving their size in the main movers. And I think, especially if they're competing or maxing out on a pretty infrequent basis, that might mean they're spending 10 months a year pretty much optimizing hypertrophy, especially for the main movers, but to a large extent getting solid gains in other movers as well, like the biceps or what have you. And so I think that depending on the approach you use, power building isn't an abomination, but some power builders are an abomination, especially if you're avoiding or trying to avoid that dreaded spider physique.
Milo makes a lot of good points. So in order, and I'm not taking notes, so I'll do it by memory, but first, I think that the semantic component of the debate is interesting. It will bore people to death. But I must say personally that to me, there is a difference between the concept and who embodies it. So an example I have is you have the concept of Christianity, then you have Christians. And the two are not the same. So if you meet Christians, unless they tell you they're Christians, you might not even be able to know that. So I think that's just brushing the entire thing under the rug by saying, well, you're talking about concepts here, it's just semantics. It's fine, it's fair, but it also is not the way we interact with reality. When I interact with reality, I interact with Christians, not Christianity. I interact with power builders, not power building. So your point that I should have named the video Power Builders Are an Abomination is absolutely correct, but considering the amount of hate I got for the original title, I think that it's best if I step on eggs for a bit. Number 2 was...
Do you like my new eyes, Daddy? I'm trying to become a little Asian girl for you. Please give me that cock. I am getting tired of putting Frankie free-range rotten carcasses in my mouth. Please, Daddy? Please. Anyway, subscribe to my OnlyFams. Good night.
How about no? Thanks for the donation though, Frank. Appreciate it.
This notion of fatigue, and we'll get back to the notion of fatigue before, but I'm certain that we'll understand here that you have one bucket of fatigue, and that is your body. So whether you train for strength or for size, the same bucket is being emptied. You take from the same well. And so if you do, for example, what you said, someone who maxes out like on the power lift once a week, yeah, it looks like nothing on paper, but an actual genuine 1 rep max is going to tire you out, and that is fatigue that is going to impede the rest of the program. If I have you max out on deadlift on Wednesday, you're not doing any hypertrophy work for your legs on Thursday or Friday. Like, I can sign you that. Maybe you'll be recovered by Saturday, maybe, but I see this as a reoccurrence in a program that on one occurrence is not that bad at all, but if it is something that happens every single cycle, is going to be an issue. And talking about cycle, you pointed out that someone, a power builder, who would spend 80% of their time training for hypertrophy would have tremendous results. And I absolutely agree, but I also think that this is not what we see, because every time I see an hybrid athlete, and I look at our programs, again, anecdote, what I see is large and long strength blocks, as it should be, because you have to have time to actually peak, you have to have time to temper and deload. And then I see maybe 2 months of hypertrophy block, if we're lucky, and anyone who trains for hypertrophy knows that 2 months isn't going to do much, especially if these 2 months are the only time of the year where you train certain muscle groups, because a powerlifter, someone who wants to get better at the powerlift, who dedicates time to forearm.
Like, majority of general strength work is going to be in a hypertrophy rep range anyway, so...
for example, is a bad powerlifter, because this is a literal waste of time. But for a bodybuilder, it's not. And this is the reason why you then see the result in the real world, where a bunch of people have small forearms, and this is me going further, you never said that yourself, but who then try to justify it with genetics by saying, well, it was just meant to be. I think that's nonsense. I think it's the reason of poor methodology, and this is what we're here to discuss today.
It goes back to the training versus methodology, and also power builder versus power building. And H clarified that with the Christianity versus Christian argument. Where the disagreement lies is regarding which muscles are most important for a physique athlete. Milo was talking about the X-frame and the idea of fatigue, and then the programming itself. NH mentioned the hypertrophy block specifically, that there's less of them compared to the strength phases. So therefore, it's going to be skewed in the direction of having better pound-for-pound strength, for example. But maybe the prime movers for the big three will be maximally developed because the specificity was just directed in that way. So I guess it boils down to the training itself. You have to address what exactly it is, like what is power building training? Are higher reps more fatiguing, or is it the 1 rep maxes and then everything that follows after that point? And the emphasis on certain movement patterns, like what is causing these differences?
And I think that this would be the perfect time, before Milo steps in, for you, Alex, to actually tell us a little bit about your experience, because the reason why we, Milo and I, believe that you would be the perfect person to actually hold this debate is because you've done both. You're someone who is a monster on general strength, crazy pull-ups, crazy dips, crazy bench. The 4-plate bench is insane at your body weight, and you've done bodybuilding. And I think you won. You won your category, right?
I got 2nd place, but I did it self-coached, and I was with guys who were repeat competitors. So I forfeited my right to go with the novices. So I think I did pretty good. I can definitely say there were differences in the last 2 years or so from me doing more power building kind of training to pure-ish bodybuilding, though I still have a general strength bias. Based off my experience, it was really the arms that were lagging. And I found that certain aspects of the back were not being developed. Like I found that my spinal erectors got insanely thick, my lats, not the same treatment, and the traps, you run into the issue of the stimulus fatigue ratio. So I'll just sum it up like this, right? When you deadlift past 500 pounds for reps, that takes a long time. So I don't think you're saving any time just off that. And there's so much fatigue generated on a separate set basis that you're better off doing something that is more hypertrophy focused, like an RDL or a Good Morning. In my experience of making the switch, it allowed me to actually deadlift 600 pounds without even training the lift. So low specificity, I just hypertrophied the primary movers, focus on other hip hinges that was not conventional dead or sumo. Lo and behold, I was able to pull more. But me training more so to raise my deadlift didn't have the same effect on my physique, is what I'm trying to say. Regarding the bench press, I built up to a 405 bench, a 185 body.
Yeah, so that's an argument in favor of like the whole power building thing. You don't need to train the lift specifically to get better at the lift. You can do accessory work or train isolation work, and it will still have carryover to the main lift. Like chances are, if you get bigger by doing other accessories or alternative lifts or isolation work, you're probably going to get stronger at the main lift anyway.
Bodyweight. I even did a 380 close grip bench, and I was told for years that if I just get my pressing numbers strong enough, I'm gonna have massive triceps. They're gonna mog everybody. And yet, there were people who didn't even bench 3 plates who already had 17 plus inch arms. And I found that it never made sense. So my arms peaked at 16 and a half. I switched over to complete bodybuilding training, got them up to 17. And then shortly after, with some more bodybuilding training, 17.2. Yet my bench press did not budge an inch. It's the exact same. My close grip bench is the same. However, my isolation strength went up tremendously. So my dumbbell extensions went from like 40 pounds per hand to 60 pounds each hand. So there was a 20-pound increase on isolation strength, which represented a direct increase in muscle size in my triceps. And I can say the same thing for weighted chin-ups, which is not a powerlifting argument, but this is more of a calisthenics perspective, that getting to 4 plates as a 1 rep max, my arms were barely over 16 inches. So I got really, really strong at 2 of the best compound movements that everyone swears will get you huge, including on weighted dips. I did 5 plates, and my arms are my worst body part, next to calves, of course. That's the bias that I have against that. However, I would absolutely state that it worked wonders for my chest, worked wonders for my legs, so quads, glutes, all that. And I would venture to say that, like when I compete in bodybuilding, my legs were just as good as everyone else on stage. And I'm probably the only guy who built it with free weights only. You can't go wrong with focusing on the big 3. But other areas, I think the delts are a big one, to be honest. I've seen a lot of powerlifters or power builders who don't have 3D action. And it's not because they need to do more lateral raises on the side, because oftentimes they do. It's the fact that they have this imbalance between vertical pressing strength and horizontal, in the sense that they can have a 315 bench and not be able to overhead press their body weight. Or they can have an elite bench being 350 to 405, yet only overhead press 225. And that was me. I also had an imbalance between my incline pressing strength and my flat benching strength by 90 pounds. So I did a 315 incline and a 405 flat. Why? Because of all the years of emphasizing the flat barbell bench press. So specificity played a role in the long-term strength outcome, but it also affected my net physique and the general strength. So I think there's a few areas, because it's always a hip hinge and a squat, your legs are gonna get huge, and for just the flat pressing, you're gonna get massive pecs, but your delts might be lagging behind. Then the arms are just a no-go. I've also seen some deadlifters who can pull 600, 700 pounds, who their backs is surprisingly one of their worst body parts, which might sound shocking, but the deadlift is the most leverage dependent out of the big 3. And we've all seen these dudes who are just putting up crazy numbers and they got no width going on. Whereas if we look at the calisthenics world, you'll never find a street lifter who is not wide. And I feel like that is not emphasized enough. A vertical movement pattern. Everyone talks about doing their deadlifts, but there's not enough emphasis on the other movement patterns, whether it be rows or pull-ups or any of that stuff. So I think it's not just about the X-frame. We got to look at these other areas that really bring out the rest of your physique, going beyond the base muscle. But I would say that just being generally strong will probably give you 70%. What do you think about that?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I do think that some of the issues you might have experienced could have potentially been remedied. And again, this comes back to the whole idea that power building is a concept, and how you choose to approach it defines what you're going to get out of it a lot more than a blanket statement around power building. But let me get back to some of the stuff NH said first. The first thing is, let me just hit off, use the Christianity analogy. I think it's a fine analogy. The issue with that line of reasoning, in my view, I do think in general you have a point, by the way, but I think there is an issue with that line of reasoning, and that is that if you're trying to get an idea of what a concept is like through the representatives or through the embodiment of that concept, right? Like, for example, Christians or Christianity. The issue there is that you don't necessarily have a representative sample of the concept. Let's say, for example, you've gone outside twice in your life, right? Like you're a basement dweller and live in your basement and you've gone outside twice, and you've seen a couple Christians and they were terrible people. And therefore, if you went by this method, you'd be like, Christianity is awful, right? And that's the issue with anecdotes in general, is that you're not necessarily dealing with a representative or large enough sample for it to be representative of the whole population, or a whole concept in this case. And so with power building, I think that can happen, where, like, shit, man, I got power builders I hate as well, you know, like, I can name them, you know, but that doesn't mean I hate power building. Hey, let's not go in that direction. So I think that's a fair point, but I just think that we need to look at the concept more directly versus only relying on the the people. And by the way, to your credit, I think that if you're releasing a video with the intent to inform some misinformed and to guide some misguided people who think that powerlifting is a great approach to get all your hypertrophy, maybe you did some good in the end with the title and with people getting people in, and they were like, they had bad physiques, and now they think, maybe I should stop the powerlifting stuff because it's not getting me those huge arms that NH has. So that's one thing. I do think the point that doing a max out, and I don't necessarily mean a max out, by the way, I mean literally just a heavy single could be fine, like RP8, RP9, RP10, whatever you want. It will cause some fatigue, absolutely, but the evidence we have comparing like lower rep sets, even taken to failure, so I'm talking like a max out, versus higher rep sets, also taken to failure in this case, or submaximal or not, we have research comparing all that. It just doesn't suggest that doing a single before a session, for example, is really going to meaningfully fatigue you for the rest of the session, or for the next day. Now, there will be an effect if you're doing 5 sets of 5, RP8, warming up for heavy squats, then doing bench afterwards, that'll have an effect. But if you're approaching powerlifting as a method with a slight strength bias, and picking your battles right, if you apply it right, honestly, I think it can work out really well. I think absolutely some powerlifters take it the wrong way and they don't balance their programs right in terms of their priorities, but again, more of an issue with practitioners versus the method. I think this is evidenced, for example, by powerlifters who literally squat 3 or 4 times a week, and they might do like 5 sets pretty like RP8 every session and come back the next day and do the same thing, and they're fine. And that's a sport where performing your best each session is actually pretty important, because how much weight you do on the bar is directly going to influence how much of a strength stimulus you get from that session. And so when we're talking about hypertrophy, where, here's a hot take, recovery doesn't need to be optimal. Just because you're not perfectly recovered for a session doesn't mean you can't go into the gym and get a very solid hypertrophy effect from that session. So even if you do get a little bit of fatigue from doing, say, a single at the start of the session, you can still stimulate growth extremely effectively for the rest of that session. You might not get 100%, because again, there is a trade-off.
Some epic
that's kind
good
of
mornings.
Come back to eventually every time with any of these lines of reasoning, but it might not be that large, and I think you can get solid gains again. I think one thing Alex pointed out with the good morning example, where for years he was kind of stuck below a 600-pound deadlift, and eventually he focused on good mornings, which are less specific, and lo and behold, he grew some muscle and deadlifted 600 pounds. I think that's an example and an illustration of the fact that, one, in the long term, gaining muscle is going to be key for maximizing your strength. And if the way Alex was approaching programming wasn't maximizing his long-term growth of the main movers, hamstrings, glutes, etc., of the deadlift, that might have been holding him back. And I think that illustrates that with specificity, you have diminishing returns. Once you've got like half of your training is like low bar squatting and benching, etc., you're not going to get many additional strength gains by doing all of your training as low bar squats, what have you, right? And so that actually opens the door for powerbuilding to be reasonably effective, because you don't need to be perfectly specific, and because there are diminishing returns to how specific you are for strength and how much of improvement you'll see. And so actually, you could just do, 50 to 80% of your work hypertrophy optimized, in the right rep ranges, the right movements, etc., and maybe 20 to 50% as strength work. And you might, and I know Alex said 70%, I'm going to stand by 80 to 90%, and you honestly might get super solid gains in both. That is my honest expectation, because there are diminishing returns. And sometimes, like Alex just explained, focusing on hypertrophy can actually directly improve your strength. And so they can kind of complement each other, right? You do some hypertrophy work, it makes you bigger, and then you do some specific work, and it teaches you how to use that muscle. And it works beautifully. Does it optimize either? No. That's kind of what we ultimately will end up at. But I think good programming can go a long way to remedy some of the issues that you have with powerbuilding, or the way some powerbuilders rather apply this concept.
Yeah, and I think this is, if the viewers take anything from this video, it should be this. Because what Milo said encapsulates the two concepts that matter here, and that is the recovery aspect and the specificity aspect. A lot of people will say that hypertrophy...
Okay, basically, I get the gist for this whole debate. The only argument natural hypertrophy has is that, but what if you don't train your arms as much? Like, okay, then train your arms more. It's just fucking stupid. Like, he was just shitting on concurrent training for no fucking reason. It's just stupid. All right.